All right, welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting. This is 9 a.m. Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. First item on the agenda is a Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is citizen input. First up is Mr. Ron Bozell.
Good morning, Commission. I'm glad today is the day after April Fool's Day.
The second.
Today is the second. My dog's birthday. He's 4 years old. I'm very happy. Last meeting 2 weeks ago, we had what I counted about 80 people showed up for something that was not on the agenda, as you know, as you well know. I don't think anybody in that group that spoke, and I think I counted 40 that spoke, about a third was in support of your action to end the DEI Access Committee. I don't think any of those people, including myself today, or I can only really speak for myself, ever come up here to lecture you for your job. But if you don't mind me reminding you that in a democracy, hopefully our electeds aren't serving just the people that voted for them or might vote for them again. So I'm going to say that, in my opinion, eliminating the DEI committee as it was eliminated was not a democratic action, especially in the short period of time that it seemed to happen. And certainly not for the reasons that were given. I don't sell my beliefs for money or the fear of not having money as a reward for my decision in this democracy. So I'm going to make a promise. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that we have a new DEIA committee next year. So I promise that this commission or the next commission is going to reinstate that committee. And you should understand how powerful that subject that the DEI committee represents, and how really horrible it really was for you to take the action that you took. You serve the whole county, and I would like you to consider being the commission that reinstates. But when you do that, let's have a new definition, or a definition of what that committee is tasked to do. Also, I have a feeling that a lot of people that gave testimony in support of your action didn't really understand the nature of committees or the DEI committee itself. So if you would answer, one or more, all of you answer today or on a future date, what that committee is, if the committee members are being paid, if that committee has a budget, et cetera, so we can be more intelligent about our opinions that we're forming about that committee. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you for joining us today. Next is Carl Shoemaker. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, I'm Carl Shoemaker. I live in Bend, Oregon. One of my ancestors came from Scotland originally. Some persons have come from France. Their families have arrived in Deschutes County at some point. The President of the United States, his grandfather came from Germany. Some have come from Italy, some from Asia. One man I met said he still had family in Ukraine, and he lives in Bend now. All of these diverse families have come to Deschutes County at some point in the past with all of their ancestral lines. It's the diversity that makes Deschutes County great. The whole being greater than the sum of its parts. Every diverse person has contributed in some way to the greatness of Deschutes County. So I would like the Deschutes County Commission to reconsider its recent decision about diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. After all, none of us can see the future, and all the dark imaginings I've had about the future never really happened that way. And when they did happen, I was always able to handle it, and as I'm sure the county commission can. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else for citizen input at the beginning of our meeting? Is there anyone online? Okay, so at this time, consent agenda. I noticed included in our packet was March 7th legislative update, and it's not on the agenda. So just the clarifying concept of. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it was included, so it does need to be included in next week's agenda.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare? And chair votes yes, thank you. At this time, we have a couple of proclamations. So proclamation Child Abuse Awareness Month, item number 8. Thank you for joining us. So this is April 2nd.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. Thank you for inviting us here today in recognition of April as Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month. My name is Delia Panshot, and I'll be representing Mountain Star Family Relief Nursery. Here with me today are representatives from...
My name is Heather Amaral. I'm the Regional Assistant Program Manager for Healthy Families of the High Desert.
And my name is Tara Tiger, and I am with Kids Center.
Child Abuse Prevention Month is a time to bring awareness to organizations that support children and families. This year, we announce a partnership between Healthy Families of the High Desert, Kids Center, and Mountain Star Family Relief Nursery. Each organization works to prevent child abuse and neglect to protect children and support families. Whether through Healthy Families home visits and monthly groups, Kids Center's prevention education program, or Mountain Star's crisis intervention and therapeutic services, we work to strengthen families together. Statistics surrounding child abuse and neglect in our region are sobering, with 532 confirmed cases of abuse and neglect in Central Oregon in 2023. Shockingly, 42% of these cases involved children 6 years old or younger. 19 Oregon children died from causes related to abuse. 14 victims were age 5 and younger, and 8 victims were younger than 1 year old. These numbers demonstrate the vulnerability of children and the need to support families. Healthy Families of the High Desert is a free, voluntary home visiting program that is family-centered, culturally sensitive, strength-based, and proven effective in cultivating and strengthening a nurturing parent-child relationship and preventing child abuse and neglect. Healthy Families works with families prenatally or at birth, providing fun, engaging, and educational home visits for 3 years. Its family support specialists work together with families in their home to track babies' development, discuss positive parenting practices, early literacy development, health and safety, and as well as connecting them to community resources. Healthy Families of the High Desert is part of Healthy Families America program and the larger Prevent Child Abuse America. They are an accredited program that has been serving families in Central Oregon for over 30 years. Kids Center operates Central Oregon's Children's Advocacy Center. We work with community partners to serve children and families across the region in a trauma-focused, child-friendly manner. Kids Center provides free therapy, forensic interviews, family advocacy, and child-friendly medical examinations for families impacted by abuse. To address the goal of preventing child abuse from ever occurring, Kids Center offers free child abuse prevention trainings across the region to bolster the community's awareness and knowledge of the issue. Mountain Star Family Relief Nursery believes that every child deserves a safe and nurturing environment in which to grow and thrive. Through a combination of early intervention programs, trauma-informed care, parenting education services, and direct family support, Mountain Star works to safeguard children during their most critical developmental stages. Mountain Star's therapeutic classrooms provide a safe place for children living in high stress and chaotic homes, offering them a pathway for healthy development and stability. Child abuse prevention is the work that Mountain Star does every day, keeping kids safe and helping parents be successful. So what can you do? Attend and invite families to the Communities for Kids event in each county. These events are structured so that children and families can connect with resources that can help support them to become strong and thriving families. And these can occur each consecutive week in April, starting in Warm Springs, followed by Bend, Madras, and then Prineville. These events are free and with resource tables, games, prizes, and a food truck. You can volunteer. Volunteer your time and expertise at organizations that strengthen and support children and families. And advocate. Advocate for policies that lower stressors on families and reduce the risk of maltreatment. And donate. Donate community investment. It's a driver for change. Support your local nonprofits to ensure their services remain free and available to children and families that need them. Healthy Families, Kids Center, and Mountain Star have a tremendous impact on child abuse prevention efforts across the region. The direct services provided position these nonprofits to best respond to the needs of families. We are grateful for you, our county commissioners, for recognizing the importance of our work and for prioritizing the safety of our community's children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A great big picture introduction to what we're even talking about here. And it's really good to see the partnership. You know, Kids Center is our foundational response system to child abuse, but we're really reaching in farther, offering families help. You know, what's good parenting, what's a good environment for families to develop together. Obviously, we're trying to keep everybody rolling together. So thank you so much for Mountain Star, Healthy Families of the High Desert, and our own Kids Center, which is known statewide for the response that we do. Any other thoughts? And we do have a proclamation today.
I was so glad to be able to join for the Healing Hearts lunch yesterday. Incredibly powerful event, and I just wanted to thank you all for the work that you're doing to diagnose, prevent, and treat kids in our community who are vulnerable to abuse.
And as I apologized earlier, I had to make a decision, and I had to go to Salem yesterday because of last Wednesday's storm that wasn't. But I really appreciate what Kids Center does for this side of the mountains. I heard a lot of amazing stories from Will Lathrop, who'd worked with a lot of vulnerable children over his career, and I really admire and I'm really grateful that we have you in our community. And one thing I actually was reading last weekend, and I thought it was incredibly powerful, was the fact that if a child can have just one book, that child, the success of that child just goes so far up. Not reading on your phone, nothing, no iPads, but actually having a book in their hand. And for like the last 10 years, I've been giving all the children I know that have been born, I give them books because I think that it really is, it's a way to help children realize reading, is the way for their future. And they said just one book would make that difference. And I thought that was incredibly, such a powerful statement about a book. So, keep that in mind when you have somebody there and, give them a book, or read to them, reading to them. If parents would spend more time reading, it's enlightening.
Just the basics.
I did have one question. So I think you all know that Deschutes County's Public Health Division has a perinatal visit program. So I was wondering how that program coordinates with each of your programs.
To my knowledge, we do not work with them or with that program.
She is ready. Okay.
At Mountain Star, we work hand in hand with Cocoon, a home visiting program, so that we can partner to provide therapeutic services at Mountain Star and then also to work with their home visiting services as well.
Come on up. Grab the microphone. Introduce yourself. Can't help it.
Kara Tachikawa from Mountain Star also. Delia's got it.
Mm-hmm.
There is work being done on universal home visiting to be offered to every single child who is born throughout the state of Oregon.
Right.
The perinatal home visiting program is a part of that. Healthy Families is a part of that. Mountain Star is a part of that.
Okay.
And so the goal is that every single child who is born, they go home from the hospital and then what? And so they can get that initial piece of support once they get home, once just the adrenaline of having a baby wears off,
Yeah.
the family can actually start to get the support that they need. And so that universal home visiting then kind of filters into each of our programs depending on what kind of support the family needs,
Right.
Yeah.
So there's
along with the perinatal.
a state universal home visit program, and,
It's
there's
rolling
many
out.
organizations that are
Yes.
each kind of service providers within that frame.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the perinatal home visiting through Deschutes County is one of the home visiting programs. There's also like a nurse family partnership in certain areas where a nurse will go and home visit. And then depending on the family's needs, sometime they will go to Healthy Families and they will have the in-home parenting education piece.
Right.
Sometimes they'll come to Mountain Star. And so it just kind of, we're working to create a web of support around families with very young children so that hopefully they can keep their children with them and safe throughout their whole lives.
Thank you. But this, oh, please.
You want to say?
Well, I was just
more?
going to say, we do have a screener that's in the hospital daily, meeting families right after birth. And we work very closely with all the community partners to make sure that if we don't have space in our program, that those families are being served if they need to be. So we work very closely with a lot of other programs, so that, like Kara said, no families being sort of left behind, like everybody is finding where they need to go. And we serve our families for 3 years, which is
Yeah.
different than some of the nurse
Right.
partnerships that are more just 1 to 3 visits. So
That's a really long-term commitment to a family. That's great. Thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you. So we do have a proclamation today. Commissioner Dare, would you like to start us off? I can do the middle, and Commissioner Chang, you can finish up.
Okay, you're talking like the first three?
First 3.
No problem. Okay, our proclamation declaring April 25th, 2025 to be the Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas there are over 5,200 reports of child abuse and neglect in Central Oregon last year, resulting in over 2,600 investigations of child abuse and neglect. And whereas we all have a responsibility as individuals, neighbors, community members, and citizens of Central Oregon to help ensure healthy, safe, nurturing experiences for children. And whereas safe and healthy childhoods help produce confident and successful adults.
And whereas child abuse and neglect often occur when people find themselves in stressful situations without community resources and don't know how to cope. And whereas the majority of child abuse and neglect cases stem from situations and conditions that are preventable and with the support of an engaged community. Whereas child abuse and neglect can be reduced by making sure that families have support and access to the services they need to raise their children in a healthy environment.
And whereas child abuse and neglect not only directly harm children, but the trauma can also increase the likelihood of criminal behavior, substance abuse, health problems such as heart disease and obesity, and poor academic outcomes. And whereas effective prevention programs succeed because of partnerships among agencies, schools, faith communities, philanthropic and civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim April 2025 to be Child Abuse Prevention Month in Deschutes County, and we urge all citizens to work together to make sure every family has the support they need and deserve to raise their children in a healthy environment. Dated the second day of April 2025 by the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners.
So is that a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
And it's been seconded. Any other discussion? Without any other discussion, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare, and Chair will vote yes. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We have a photo opportunity and we'll get a signed copy of this for you also.
And just thank
Please
you
join
for the
us.
work you do every month, not just this month.
Just do it right up here in front of the logo.
Oh, is it gonna be a video or?
Oh, it's okay.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're gonna get right
They're right in front of the logo.
You want the logo?
Center.
You want the logo or?
Yep,
Okay.
we got it. Thank you. 3, 2. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I missed that. Lunch here. Okay.
I know. I know.
Oh, please.
The Deschutes County Communities for Kids is next week on Wednesday afternoon. If you can come after next week's meeting, it is 3 to 5 p.m. at the Deschutes Children's Foundation East Bend campus.
And is that, it's an open house event or what is it?
It's an open house event. There's several, sorry.
Yeah, please join us. There you go. This is your opportunity.
It is at, it's an open house type event, but there will be multiple community resources available. It's a free event for parents with young
I see.
children, children of all ages, to come and access resources, but also to just have some fun and games. And there will be snacks and lots of different people there. And I hope if you get a chance to attend, you can
make
attend, or
connections.
anyone watching.
Great. Thank you so much.
That was Wednesday.
It's next week on Wednesday, 3 to 5 p.m. at the East Bend Deschutes Children's Foundation campus. It's at 2125 Northeast Daggett Lane, across the street from Ensworth Elementary. All right. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, great. That was your, commercial opportunity brought to you by. So item number 9, another proclamation today. So Fair Housing Month. It's a long history of this also. So April, we're stepping out of winter, working our way into spring, and we talk about housing. So Tyler, thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Tyler Neeson. I'm the Government Affairs Director with the Cascades East Association of Realtors, formerly the Central Oregon Association of Realtors, or the association formerly known as COAR, I guess. We changed our name recently. We appreciate this proclamation. April is a significant month for fair housing, as the Fair Housing Act was passed on April 11th, 1968, and that act prohibits discrimination in all types of housing transactions. This time each year, realtors and housing advocates across the country celebrate this major milestone. And as housing advocates and stewards of the right to own, use, and transfer private property, fair housing is very important to realtors and a big component of what it takes to become and remain a realtor as part of the training and education required there. This month, we're celebrating the Fair Housing Act and the progress that has been made, but also acknowledging that, unfortunately, housing discrimination and bias still exist within parts of the United States. We are offering training to our members and bringing in speakers on important fair housing topics this month. We have resources available as well. Our members are also completing an online simulation in the fictional town of Fairhaven. This is kind of a neat program that we offer where realtors can go through different kind of, if you will, encounter real life scenarios and then also navigate fair housing dilemmas and decide how they would approach each one of those scenarios that they might encounter with clients in the real world. It's a really neat and effective tool. But in closing, the Realtor motto is that fair housing makes us stronger. And I believe this proclamation really just echoes that sentiment. So again, thank you for your support. Thanks for this proclamation and for your ongoing commitment to fair housing, as well as your service to the county.
Well, thank you very much. Housing is the big topic and, don't seem to have enough of it. It's amazing watching Central Oregon, the pressure for the housing needs. I just, I think of the COVID timeframe and it felt like we were just going to fall off a cliff, but we didn't. We went the other way. People kept moving here, which really has, perturbed the market and still kind of trying to respond to that. But yeah, anybody and everybody should have access and opportunity for home ownership.
Absolutely.
Tyler, that mention of that training and those simulations that's really interesting. Can you give us a little insight on kind of like what kind of challenges or dilemmas, the prospective realtors or realtors returning for continuing education, like what kind of dilemmas do they grapple with within those simulations?
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner. Thank you for that. So really, it runs the gamut. The Fair Housing Act really is, enshrines into law prohibiting discrimination on the grounds of, things like race, sex, religion, a disability, things of that nature. So I think within the simulation, there are situations realtors might encounter that are, might seem more obvious like that might be related to steering based on, oh, okay, well, we know that you're part of, this particular protected class or, ethnicity or something, and steering a client toward a particular neighborhood or something based on those factors. But then I think there are things that might seem, for lack of a better word, less obvious, like a school district or something. So saying like steering a client toward a particular school district or something like that, that really does, based on fair housing law, could represent a violation. So there are different scenarios like that that'll be presented where, they, and I'd be happy to share some more information and send you guys the link, because you'd probably find it very interesting, but it will present a scenario where, a client might ask what might seem like a very mundane question, but that, realtors have to be careful of how they answer that so as to not violate fair housing law and steer, a client in a particular direction based on those factors.
That's great to know about. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other comments?
So Tyler, don't most parents ask what is the best school district and how can I buy a house there? I mean, honestly, isn't that, you can't answer that question then, or you can?
Yeah, well, I think you can present options and you can, provide insight into what the different school districts are. But I think, Commissioner Adair, which you touched on, which is what's the best is where I think it can become a little dicey and might fall in violation of fair housing law. So I think what, instead, realtors are often encouraged to do is, provide clients with access to that information. Okay, here's some resources you can go to view. And I'm sure you all are familiar with these different types of websites that will provide scores and, things like that based on different criteria around schools. But it is ultimately a very subjective question, right? What's the best school district? Well, that's, up to what you determine are, the qualities that you're looking for in a school district. So yeah, that's just one example, but absolutely it is something where we encourage members to be very careful and present all options and, provide resources where clients can go learn more.
Well, I just met someone who moved to Sisters from Portland, and that's where they want their kids to go to school. So yeah, I mean, I was just wondering why they'd moved there, and that's what they said. So.
With that example, to get a little bit more fine grained, there are, our schools, our elementary schools, our middle schools in the Ben Lapine School District are zoned. Could this, getting a little bit more fine grained, could discrimination come down to trying to steer people to, this is a better zone for you to track into this school versus another, and does the training deal with those kinds of potential dilemmas?
Yeah, I would say for this particular training, it's more it's a program that's administered by the National Association of Realtors, so it's not as specific to our region. But I think the example you provided, Commissioner Chang, it could be, depending on how it played out, could represent, I think an instance where, someone might be steering some someone based on different factors. Obviously, there are, I think folks look at schools for different reasons, maybe strengths of different programs around STEM and different things like that, which wouldn't, I think necessarily constitute a fair housing violation. But I think it's just one of those things that's very important to be cognizant of how it's presented so as to not, appear to be directing one way or the other, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Yeah.
So how about we go the other way? Commissioner Chang, maybe take the first two. I'll take the middle three, and then Commissioner Dare, you can finish up.
A proclamation declaring April 2025 as Fair Housing Month. Whereas, sorry, how many are we each?
You can do the first two there.
Whereas the Fair Housing Act enacted on April 11th, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities.
See, that second one was a tongue twister, so good job. Whereas Deschutes County is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all, and whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities, and whereas nearly 60 years after passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated.
And whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunities are contrary to a common sense of decency and fairness. And whereas Deschutes County is an inclusive community committed to fair housing and promotes appropriate activities by private and public entities to provide an advocate for equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents of Deschutes County. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of County Commissioners does hereby declare the month of April 2025 as Fair Housing Month.
And is that a motion?
I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Thank you for joining us today and thank you for bringing this to us. We've done this year after year, and it's very valuable to just use those words and spread the news here. So seeing none other discussion.
I want to mention something, though, and it's been the anti-Semitism in our country has been brought out to the forefront, and I just really want to acknowledge that I'm hoping more people in the community will see the movie One Life. I found it incredibly profound. If you haven't seen it yet, it tells a story, and it tells what one person, the difference they can make. So, I know it's not housing, but it's called discrimination, and I just want to acknowledge it today that it's something we could do better.
There was certainly housing discrimination against Jews in the early history of the United States.
With that, calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you very
Nice
much.
to see you.
Well, let's get a photo again, and you can bring it back to the realtors and say, this is it, folks.
Thank you. Thanks for two great proclamations today.
We must have been on vacation with the kids, right?
You too.
No, anyway, I know. Yeah, I know. I just was like, there were like 25 calls or something. And anyway, it was full.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
All right, 3, 2. Thank you.
We'll get a copy for you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate
You're welcome. Thank
So
you.
where were you out of the country? Where did you go? Oh, for the kids?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I know. I wanted to go with my grandkids. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Isn't that funny?
Well, moving on to item number 10, courthouse expansion update. I think the crane was moving this morning when I drove by it, so they're using it. Yeah, there you go. And it's, probably about
Those stair and elevator tours are really exciting to see.
Good morning, Commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm Lee Randall, Facilities Director.
Eric Nielsen, Capital Improvement Manager.
Corey Loomis, Senior PM with Pence Construction.
So today we'll provide another monthly update, and we'll talk about the status of the project, including the work completed to date, upcoming work, the project budget, and the presentation materials are in the agenda packet, and we provided the budget to the board last week as well.
Okay, so moving into the presentation, just once again, here's a rendering of what we're working towards. It's the expansion is viewed from Bond Street with the main entrance along the ground floor and the expansion above. There we go. And yeah, so there's a view of the webcam from the building across the street. You can see the tower crane and the stair and elevator core starting to come up from the basement level. And so, as Lee mentioned, we'll talk about recently completed work, upcoming work, construction schedule, and then go through the project budget since the last update. So stair 1 core has been completed. This is a view from the basement level looking towards stair 1 on Bond Street. This is primarily an egress stair, but you can see kind of the floor levels going up that core from the basement all the way up to what will become the roof deck at the top. The stair 2 blindside pour, so this is another egress stair on the east side of the expansion, and the blindside pour is where the new building butts up against the existing building. They had to slip formwork into what will become an 8-inch expansion joint between the two buildings. So kind of a tight tolerance to get formwork in, pour concrete, and then slip the form back out to allow that expansion between the new and existing buildings. Uh-oh.
Eric, can you help with
I might have bumped the trackpad here.
You might be able to move, click on it in the back real quick. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I get one button. All right. So, whoops. This next photo here is after that blindside pour. So they came in with additional formwork and rebar up to from level 3 up to what will become the roof deck. And this stair core will have one more level that'll provide the stair access to the roof. Here you can see the elevator 2 formwork that's in place. They're prepped and ready for the pour. And an after image of the core after it's been poured up to level 1. You can see they have below grade waterproofing and insulation in place down at the base. Spread footings. So this photo is the perimeter footings around the building along Greenwood Avenue, and the foundation that supports the structural columns at the perimeter as well as the concrete block infill walls between those columns. Additional spread footings throughout the basement level have been completed. And again, these support the structural columns at the basement level all the way up through the building. And then this after photo, you can see the footings are complete and they've started pouring columns. And this is where we can kind of see the structural grid start to come up out of the basement level. Underground plumbing is going on in tandem with the foundations. This is a view of some waste lines that are in place around the central holding area in the basement that tie into the main sewer line that runs out to Harriman Street. And finally, we have underground electrical that's gotten started. This particular location will be the new electrical room that'll be between the existing and new building. And then the electrical contractors started running conduit that'll go under slab and serve areas of the expansion from there. So upcoming work, I'll turn it over to Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Yeah, so over the next 4 to 6 weeks or so, we're going to be continuing to work on all of our mechanical, electrical, and plumbing underground. So you saw some photos there of the initial efforts there. So that's going to be continuing throughout the next couple weeks of April. So that started about mid-March. Stair 2, which you saw some photos there, that east stair is going to continue to go vertical with pours 2 and 3, and we'll be wrapping that up here shortly. Elevator 1, that's the main entry. So basically where the original old entry used to be, that elevator stack is going vertical right now up kind of in the niche of the building there. Basement slab going to be coming into late April. You'll start to see that prepped as we wrap up all of our underground, and we're going to split that into a multitude of pours because that's a really unique space with a lot of different uses. So we'll be splitting that up into multiple pours as we progress there, and then moving into our level 1 decks. It's kind of symbolic that we're coming into spring and we're going to be finally coming out of the ground. So we're awfully excited to start seeing things go vertical. Big picture schedule there, just some big swaths for structure as you see. Like I mentioned, starting with level 1 decks, topping out structure coming into end of summer. There's going to be some overlap there with building exterior. There's some elements we can get moving on. Obviously, our excitement is to get buttoned up before winter comes next year. I can't believe I'm already talking about winter. I don't want to be doing that.
Feels like it's right there, doesn't it? It's amazing.
Exactly. So we'll be overlapping some of our building exterior, trying to get our sheathing up, weather barrier, windows in, make sure everybody's got a space to be productive in as we come into fall and winter of next year. We'll be continuing with building interiors up to spring of 26, and plenty of overlap there with exterior site work improvements, so site concrete, planter walls, bike racks, all the good stuff there. Wrapping up our work on Harriman. And then once that's complete, moving into existing building renovations for the remodel portion.
Any questions before we move into the budget update?
No.
You know, something I hadn't thought about before is, you know, all this plumbing and electrical and other stuff, mechanical, it's going to be, you know, underneath the building. What kind of space do you have to get to those, you know, pipes and conduits and things like that if there's problems?
Yeah, from a maintenance standpoint, there really is no space. But in commercial buildings, it's something we deal with regularly. So, for instance, in this building, there's electrical that feeds these floor boxes. There's all of the plumbing kind of consolidates in the first floor and then leaves the building, or supplies come in. And so the first key is the as-built drawings that Pence Contractors will provide to our maintenance staff after the project's complete. So we'll have a good understanding of where all of those pipes are and what they serve. Then the second part of that is we're doing monthly walkthroughs with all of our maintenance team and with our operations manager and supervisor, so that our team is seeing that underground infrastructure as it goes in. There's no real substitute for seeing how a building gets put together as it goes up if you're going to be maintaining it for the long term. And then the final part is the plans and specs, the way the piping, the way the conduit is all designed. It's designed to be encased in concrete and designed to be below grade. And so the way it's built is that it can last and function indefinitely. Occasionally in buildings like this, you run into problems where there's something that's below grade that's under concrete. Typically, a lot of times it's a sewer line plug that just can't be fixed otherwise, and we end up cutting the slab and repairing it. It's pretty rare. Probably in the 13 years I've been with the county, we may have done it a couple times across all of our buildings. So it's pretty rare, but the key is it starts with Pence and the great job they're doing and how those underground pipes are installed, and then our team kind of knowing where they are and how they were put together.
Yeah, and I'd build on that. I mean, it's really important to build with intent. I think a lot of times when you have problems, it's because something wasn't factored in, and you're kind of piecing together a solution. This project in particular, a lot of times we'll do 3D modeling, which is usually for what you see above the ceiling. We've actually done that for underground as well. So everything is laid out very purposefully. Everything has a route that's been predetermined, coordinated with the structural engineers. And then similarly, we do 3D photo capture. So at the end of the project, we'll actually hand over a complete assembly of documents of photo capture that literally show exactly where everything was put in place. And that's really helpful for facility staff long-term to be successful.
I'm glad to hear that because I'm thinking, with turnover and if there's a problem in like 12 years, and what if you're not sitting there, Lee? That's good to know that
Yeah.
you're doing that. Corey, how long have you been with Pence?
17 years.
Okay. All right. How long have you lived here in Bend, or do you live here?
I do, 10 years. Yep. Moved in 2015, February 2nd to be precise.
February 2nd?
I remember the day very.
Was it snowing?
No, it was actually pretty cold and crisp. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Very, very practical, self-interested question. When is Harriman going to be open? Like, we'll be able to get onto Greenwood from there.
Yeah, that's
Far off.
a great question. That the use of Harriman has been such a focus for us for public safety. It's of course a nice to have for construction, but we can work with anything. Public safety above all, having a place to bring in trucks safely, offload and that sort of thing has been really critical. We're actually working with the city right now. We have an agreement in place for our traffic control plans. We have to submit very specific plans for barricades and how we're going to work together. So we're working with the city right now on those timelines. Ideally, we can maintain that space until closer to the end of the project for public safety. But that's something we're connecting right now with the city on.
We're bringing in the big concrete trucks, and then the beams will be next. So you really do need access for some large trucks in a small area.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic.
And yeah, it's a good walkway through there. I've walked through there a few times now, and I always try to peek over the fence and say hi to whoever's out there. Give them the thumbs up.
There you go.
Yeah, and hope we don't have a big earthquake. So, walking by. Okay.
All right. So we'd like to move and provide an overview summary of the budget since our last update. One thing I want to note that you'll see in upcoming budget updates that will be a change is under Oregon state law, the contractor has an option for the county either to withhold a retention or for them to provide a surety bond instead of retention. And so Pence is working to put a bond in place. And once that's in place, we'll release the funds that have been retained to date. And so you will see a change. I think our current retention total is.
Well, yeah. So as of the end of February's pay app, we've retained is about $620,000. So that'll get released, and then we'll have the bond in place as the guarantee.
So I just wanted to point that out as something that you'll notice in an upcoming project budget update. So just a couple high-level things to note. One, the current pay application, no pay applications have been processed since March 19th. So this is current and up to date in relation to pay applications. The total amount spent since our last update is $1,986,277. And then finally, as it relates to contingencies, the contractor contingency remains at 5.5% of the remaining construction budget, and the owner contingency remains at 4.47% of the remaining overall project budget. And now Eric will provide some detail on other parts of the budget.
Yeah, so jumping back to the top of the budget updates in construction costs, we've showing expenses of $1,744,644, and that's Pence's pay application through January. And then under direct costs, we had about $59,000 spent, which is primarily for the design team, construction administration, and construction special inspections. We also had another invoice from our owner's rep Cumming Group of about $6,700. And then finally, the one you can see under owner costs, third-party contracts, under green energy costs, there was an expense of about $175,000, which represents the design and procurement of the solar panels for the fairgrounds project. So that project, they're just getting approvals in place and submitting for permits right now. So.
And then I'll just highlight at the bottom of the second page, for this update, we did find an opportunity to provide some additional clarity under the courthouse expansion funding sources. And so you'll notice that we added a line that specifically shows the state of Oregon remodel contribution that had previously been accounted for under our reserve line item. That was a payment from the state that came very early in the project, and we had been showing that in reserves. And then additionally, we revised the bond proceeds line in order to reflect the total bond proceeds after the issuance costs. So the previous budget update showed the total bond proceeds, the gross proceeds. This shows the net proceeds, which represent subtracting out that cost of the issuance. And then that cost of issuance is made up for and is reflected in the reserves line item at the bottom. So we came across that while we were preparing this update and decided to provide some additional clarity in that section. So that concludes our overall update. We're more than happy to ask it or answer any additional questions you may have, and we appreciate the opportunity today.
Thank you very much. Full speed ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the monthly update. I think it's really important that we stay on top of the cost for this project and we know exactly where we're at. I don't want any surprises.
That's our goal as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 11, wow, we're right on time. Board determination whether to conduct a hearing in response to a complaint for the Forest View Special Road District. So disclosure wise, I did attend a March 18th Road District meeting, so just a couple weeks ago. And so I'm going to step away from this. And Commissioner Dare, if you can run this agenda item.
Okay.
And I'll just sit down in front for a moment.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dave Doyle, County Council. What you have before you is a decision whether or not to conduct a hearing to in response to a complaint that a individual living within the Forest View Special Road District has submitted. About 10 years ago, the county came up with a protocol for how to process these types of complaints. That's included in the packet that you have, and I'm sure you've reviewed already. Just to be clear, the Board of County Commissioners have an extremely limited role with regard to special road districts. Special road districts are formed through an elective process by folks that want to generate those. And the county commissioner's role is essentially to appoint board members. And that's done out of a very pragmatic basis that these road districts that don't have a whole lot of money would have to spend a whole lot of money on elections if their directors every 2 or 3 years were having to be elected through an elective process. The clerk would bill them a chunk of money to run those elections. And so ORS provides that this process is permissible, and I believe all but one special road district in the county was formed wherein the Board of County Commissioners appoint the board members. That's the extent of the role you have. You appoint the board members. You have no involvement or authority at all with regard to operational matters of the road district. So I stress that because this really isn't an opportunity for you to second guess or think you might have done something different than the board members out there do. You simply appoint them, and in the very rare instances when certain conduct is established that would justify removal, there's a process for you to consider removing them. That's it. You have no more authority over them than you have over the city of Bend or the city of Redmond. They have their own processes and their own people that run that. So I want to make that, clear, not just for you folks, because I know you know that, but for folks in the room. In any event, we did receive a written complaint from Mr. Jones in late January, as is the county's protocol. That was forwarded on to the Forest View Special Road District Board for a written response. They provided that on February 24th. Again, as is the protocol, staff reviewed it and determined that there was no evidence in the record that would support conducting a hearing to consider removal of any appointed board members. The grounds for removal of appointed board members are limited and to one or more of the following that's identified in the staff report: a change in elector status, missing board meetings, self-dealing, ineptitude, misappropriation of funds, conduct which exposes the district to unreasonable risk of liability, or disruptive behavior at board meetings. So again, I'm confident the board had the opportunity review the staff report. The first item is the protocol that the county generated about 10 years ago and how these types of complaints are processed. The second item in your packet is the complaint from Mr. Jones with attachments that he provided. And the third item is emails from Mr. Jones, further correspondence after the complaint. And then finally, you have the fourth item is the Forest View Special Road District response. Ball's in your court.
Okay, so if you're recommending to us not to do anything, where does someone go then if they feel they actually have a problem?
I mean, if they think it's something criminal, they can talk to law enforcement or the DA's office. If they think it has something to do with certain types of civil liabilities, they could probably talk to the district's insurer, which is typically Special Districts of Oregon. I don't know for sure in this case if it is, but typically is. They could try to get themselves put on. Oftentimes, it's just people that don't agree with the direction that the appointed board members are going. So they have an ability to try to get themselves appointed to the board. Typically, the county commissioners appoint people to these boards based on nominations from the current board, but you have instances where people have self-nominated themselves or communicated with you, not through the Special Road District board process, and said, hey, consider me to be put on that board, and you have the opportunity to do that. So there are those avenues, and there may be other ones. I'm not. It's not my place to give legal advice to people in a special road district. They could go talk to some attorney and see if there's some other avenue for them.
How many special road districts do we have in Deschutes County?
A whole bunch.
Yeah, I know, and you know, we hear
more than any other county in the state by far.
right. Didn't we walk away from handling those little roads and we let them? You know, we gave them to the special road district of the people that live there.
Well, we allowed them to develop roads in those areas and develop housing in those areas. I mean, you know, these were blank slate spots that the county said, you know, we are at capacity and we can't take on development and maintenance of additional road miles. And so this is your opportunity to take the property that you own and actually do something with it. But
well, I'm glad I'm not in a special road district because I feel you know, I hear about this off and on, you know, the last 7 years. And, you know, sometimes I can understand how frustrated people are. Just to note, I know you said you recommend, but when the minutes say roll call of directors and it says present, it does not say all present. You know, that's an appropriate answer is just to say present. And then it said number of neighbors present and there's nothing there. So, I mean, those were just two little things that popped out at me. And I just kind of wondered, shouldn't it say all directors were present? I mean, present, what does that mean?
Well, you would expect or require, I would, you know, more precise, accurate minutes. But again, I don't know that that's the role of the county commissioners to police their generation of minutes. Hopefully the district in going through this process and providing the written response they did, hopefully they may have realized some practices that need to be perhaps improved a little bit. And that very well may be one that they'll do a little more robust minutes that are a little more descriptive of what actually occurred and who was present.
yeah, you know, I'd like to say I recognize that the board has a minimal role in these special road districts, you know, almost exclusively appointing board members. And you know, I also, you know, in looking at this complaint, I don't, you know, based on the investigation done by staff, I don't think there's anything that rises to the level of wanting to consider dismissal of any of the board members. But you know, this complaint helps, you know, highlight basic governance issues around these special road districts. And, you know, as Commissioner Adair just asked, we have a lot of these special road districts and we hear from them practically every week of the year, you know, complaints about, you know, and it typically is complaints from members of the road district about the board of the road district. So, I think this is while I don't think I don't necessarily see us moving forward with, having a hearing about these complaints and dismissing anyone. I do think that this is an important opportunity for us to talk about how the governance of these special road districts can be improved so that they better serve their constituents. And so that, frankly, it doesn't take up so much of our time on the Board of Commissioners. I mean, we have a self-interest in having these districts function better so that we don't have to hear about the complaints as often. So, I don't know exactly what kind of action that leads to, but I do think that this is an opportunity for us to think about the governance of these special road districts and to see if we can do things to make them better. And
I can note, Commissioner, staff, road department and county legal staff have generated a special road district manual that we do provide. It's online.
yeah,
It provides some basic ORS, OAR references, as well as some best practices as well. So whether the districts are availing themselves of that or not, I don't know, but it certainly is a tool that's available out there. And again, the overwhelming majority of them are insured by Special Districts Association of Oregon, which provides all type of assistance should they reach out for that. So,
Well, I would hope.
I do think that there's this, if the board members are not elected and people have the opportunity to just continually reappoint themselves.
well, they don't reappoint, you appoint.
Well, I'm renominate themselves,
Or they
but basically we just accept the nominations that are put forward from the board. So you have the concern is that you have a body that could perpetually, renominate itself and kind of
There's no term limits.
there's no term limits. So the question is, how do other people in that special road district have the opportunity to contribute to the governance of that road district if you have a 3 or 5 or however many people just kind of locked in until for forever, basically. So I don't, again, I don't know what exactly we do about this, but I think that combination of things, the unlimited self-nominations, no term limits, no elections, is a fundamental. It's not necessarily a good formula for good governance.
No.
But I will point out, I mean, in this particular case, the complainant was in fact on the board a couple times, had been appointed to that particular board. So he certainly knows the process for getting appointment. He, as does any person in one of those districts, they could reach out directly to the county board of commissioners and say, hey, would you consider me the next time you're making appointments? They also have the ability, quite frankly, to lobby the special road district board, show up at the meetings and say, hey, I'd like to be considered for an appointment the next time there's a vacancy. So I don't think they're completely locked out without having some voice. It's certainly not a full-blown elective process. But again, there's costs associated with that. When the district was formed, it could have formed in a different manner, but it formed as it did, wherein the county commissioners make those appointments. Because otherwise, the road district folks paying those extra taxes for their roads would be paying a whole bunch of it to run elections. And they'd be having less of those dollars going to improve their roads, which is why you create a special road district in the first place. You want enhanced road services. So there's a challenge there. You can get what you pay for. I suppose if they want a higher tax rate, they could have a more robust appointment process. But the appointment process that they have is what it is. The county didn't create it. It's in ORS. It's state law. It's nothing unique to Deschutes County other than the fact we have an awful lot of special road districts compared to most other counties.
So Dave, the bundle of rules around this, the appointment or the election process, the lack of term limits, the kind of ability to self-nominate, over and over again. That is, we have no control over that. That's all state statute, or
The folks in Salem, yeah.
okay.
And I wager to guess this isn't much of an issue in 35 other counties. I was in Polk County for 21 years. I think I had one road district issue in 21 years. I have about 4 a month here.
Oh, yeah, no, I would
And-
say.
Well, how many
We must be
special
doing
road
something
districts
wrong.
do you have in Polk County?
We didn't have many. And like I say, Deschutes County is way ahead of the curve in terms of the other 35 counties, in terms of road districts, the number that we have.
We're way
But
behind.
my point is, I don't think the other 35 counties, it's not a real high radar issue for the legislature. We're kind of the one. And so,
I mean, yeah, I'm the volume of complaints we have about special road districts is, it surprised me as a new commissioner. And I mean, one other thought I had for, addressing this would be, would it be possible for us to we would need a pile of cash from somewhere, but they would need a pile of cash from somewhere. What would it be? We would need a pile of long-term maintenance cash from somewhere, but would it be possible for us to offer special road districts a one-time, you can become part of the county road system, and we would offer ongoing long-term maintenance if you pay in a certain amount to bring your road system up to standard before that happens.
yeah, I'm not so sure on that. I think I'd probably defer to Peter and
I think Chris Doty would kill us, right?
Well, I mean,
Chris.
I know that Chris is trying to keep the miles of road that we maintain to a manageable level, but every year we turn over road segment to growing cities. We're shrinking the road base over time. So I think that it'd be reasonable to think about opportunity. We're going to want to see how the transportation funding package goes in the legislature this year. But I think it'd be reasonable to think about, just converting some of these roads to county roads, so that we don't have to deal with these conflicts within these special road districts anymore.
Because it is such a continuing, ongoing problem, I'm wondering if we could have a press release about a reference to the manual and maybe some highlights of the manual, printed out there on LinkedIn, et cetera, next door, everywhere where people can see, because we are hearing about these problems. And I honestly feel badly for people that feel like there's something going on. I just think that might be a bit helpful. And I'm sure Chris Doty doesn't want to add any more roads, miles to our county mileage.
I mean, maybe if not a press release, an annual letter to each of the special road district boards, just kind of, reminding them of their governance responsibilities and offering them that manual as a resource.
I know admin manages the communications with the various road districts, and I can certainly check upstairs with Angie and find out exactly what type of communications. But yeah, we could certainly on an annual basis send them a reminder letter with a link to the manual that's online. I'm relatively confident that the boards of those road districts are aware of that manual and its existence. Whether folks that live within those districts are or not, I don't know.
We have a lot of new people coming in though, and I'm sure they would like to know what the story is. So if they could see it somewhere that, hey, here's the manual on our road. It's not a county road and this is what we have to do. So I do believe we need to notify the public as far as road districts go, not just the board of the road.
Or ask those road district boards to, they have communications to their memberships, would share that resource with their members.
I'll certainly mention something to the PIO when I go upstairs and I would assume they'd have the better ideas of how you get that type of message out and through what platforms and whatnot, but.
Okay, so do we need to do something here today?
It's the board's opportunity now. If there's a 2-0 vote, since there's only 3 of you to hear it, then we'd schedule it for a hearing with the board. If it's 0-2 the other way or 1-1, then it wouldn't be heard.
Okay, so we need a motion then?
Well, it could die for lack of a motion as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't necessarily feel like we need to proceed to a hearing, but I would really, and Dave, I'm talking to you right now because you're the staff person who's sitting here, but we could just as easily engage a whole bunch of the departments of the county in essentially trying to help improve the governance of these special road districts. I would love to see us do something.
No, I don't believe so.
Share some light on what you guys just discussed. I'm not trying to get you guys to sway either way, but I have facts that can answer questions that have been brought up in this as to why the road district does it, or the county road department doesn't maintain these roads because the roads aren't up to spec for them to do. They're not wide enough in our district. But there's many other answers that I have to questions that have been brought up today. As Dave Doyle, who I've never met, is it possible I could sit and just speak for a minute? I didn't plan on it.
Who is this?
I'm Daniel Jones. I'm the one
Yeah.
that filed the complaint.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted it for the record. No, Daniel, we have your information here. We know there's a problem. And I hope some of the things that Commissioner Chang and I have said today, that we actually can improve the whole system. And, I recognize your complaint, but I think we have to address the overall issue. So
Concern that I have is that was the way that Dave Doyle was going to show up today and speak. If I would have known that, I would have prepared to speak too. But all I'm saying is that the things that he said were actually inaccurate, and I would like to speak on that. If you don't want me to.
no, you can, why don't you send an email, please? Okay. What?
No motion.
No
No
motion.
motion.
So it's, okay, no motion, but we are going to take action. We have to take action. We cannot continue to let our 39 road districts or 52 road districts or whatever it is continue on with the way it is.
We'll get with Mr. Doty and with community development and coordinate with Nick, and we'll bring this back as a work session item, and the board can give us some better direction on what it is you want. Because frankly, I'm a little unclear on what it is that we can do.
Well, why do we have so many people so upset constantly, Dave? I mean, as you said, it's like people in our community, we have a lot of new people and they're going, what? Oh my gosh, I pay my property taxes. Why isn't my road in there? And then it's like a surprise. And then
Road districts commissioner, it's a zero-sum game. If the board wants to do this thing and the person not happy with them wants to do this, there's rarely any room for compromise. And so when you have zero-sum games, you have a lot of frustrated people. But ultimately, the people that are in the position to run the district make the decisions. It's not chaos where everybody that lives within the district gets to have a say on it. It's a representative form of government.
But it's
like
not-
this
it's
is,
not
we don't have all
particular-
210 people in the county weigh in on every issue you guys confront, because it would be chaos and pandemonium. Nothing would ever get accomplished. They elect you to make those decisions. It's similar with the road district. You appoint board members to make those decisions on behalf of the folks in that district. There's always people in these road districts that aren't happy with what their board is doing.
well, when you have the same three people running the board group every year after year after year, and people outside of it are having a hard time. I mean, I had a friend, and I'm sure he's gone. Yeah, but he's gone from Deschutes County now, because I was thinking,
You might want to give some thought to that. And by county, I mean the Board of Commissioners that makes the appointments. Maybe the next time that a road district board just pushes a slate of the same people, maybe the response is, whoa, have you done a solicitation within
Right.
the district? Have you solicited people that might have some interest, or is this just an automatic reset? But you have that ability because you ultimately make the appointments.
oh, good. Well, then I think that's what we need to bring back up, because it's unfortunate.
So maybe we could have a work session.
Sure. That's what he said.
Yeah, a work session. I mean, and just start it with the basics of how many do we have? Where are they? Like, show them on a map, and then kind of assess. Like, if we could put together some summary information about all the complaints, that we've had in the last year, kind of characterize them a little bit, and then get into some of the, how do we get to, how do we get better governance through the appointment process? You know, I would love to ask Chris about this idea of of actually, you know, offering road district members the opportunity to come into the county system if they, you know, paid upfront a one-time amount to get it to standard. Some of these things just to, because otherwise this is it's a
The problem is not going away and
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Yeah,
It-
I mean,
It'll continue.
It segues into local improvement districts and things of that nature that, because the financing is to bring these roads up to the county standards.
Right.
Generally, typical homeowners aren't going to be able to foot that bill just from, you know, the coins in their sofa. They're going to have some sort of financing. And so, and I don't know that the county's in a position to provide that financing.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's certain type of financing options that are available, but again, those tend to cost lots of dollars and
Yeah.
you know, whether folks are, typically that's why the special road district might exist, because they weren't able to get their roads up to a standard where the county could accept them and start maintaining them. And so they do something a little more than nothing, but not anywhere near county standard typically. And
Yeah.
so that's what you get. But again, I really think my experience is that it's a very much a zero-sum game. It's very black and white. The board wants to do X and the person complaining wants them to do something totally different than X. And there isn't a middle ground to compromise on. That has been my experience, is what tends to be at the root of most of these disagreements with the road districts.
But I mean, this community has grown phenomenally in the last couple of decades, and a neighborhood that may have been populated by folks with, you know, pretty limited resources may be completely different at this point in time too. So, and you know, continuing to evolve, you know, in the future, and you know that. As we know, the value of rural residential properties in Deschutes County has gone through the roof, and so I know that there are folks of limited means who are sitting on, you know, a very expensive property at this point, but there's also a lot of people who've moved in here and paid those prices to have their slice of heaven. So
But we'll coordinate with admin and get it teed up for a work session for you folks.
Thank you so much.
We will.
Thank you.
Our road and community development department directors are both watching. Thank you for the great discussion. There are 19 total road districts, and so
Oh.
we'll schedule that work
I
session.
think we've heard
for-
from all of them. Yeah, thank you. So it's not 52 or 39, 19, huh?
What?
All right, thank you for that discussion. Item number 12, second reading of an ordinance for Last Ranch Plan Amendment Zone Change involving 20 acres at Deschutes Market Road in Bend.
Good
There we
morning,
go.
Commissioners. For the record, Anthony Regini, Principal Planner, Community Development Department. As you noted, this is second reading for a plan amendment and zone change to change the comprehensive plan designation from agriculture to rural industrial and change the zone from exclusive farm use to rural industrial. Should the board sign the ordinance, it would become effective, and if not appealed, it would become effective July 1st. And I'm available for any questions.
So this is the second reading. So we've been through the deliberation process and have done the first reading. So any discussion, or is there a motion?
So move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2025-003 by title only.
And I will second it. So we've already been in this situation. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, ordinance to be read by title only. Calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
No.
And I will vote yes. So at this time, second reading, ordinance number 2025-003. An ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 23, the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan, to change the comprehensive plan map designation for certain property from agriculture to rural industrial, and amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, the Deschutes County zoning map, to change the zone designation for certain property from exclusive farm use to rural industrial. And at this time, is there a motion for
I move
adoption?
adoption of ordinance number 2025-003.
And I will second it. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
No.
And the chair will vote yes. So ordinance number 2025-003 has been adopted.
Thank you.
At this time, public hearing for a plan amendment and zone change for certain property owned by the Bend Park and Recreation District. Thank you so much. This is the time and place set for hearing regarding file number 247-24-000-404-PA and 247-24405-ZC. This is a hearing on a Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan Amendment and Zone Change request. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Thank you, Chairman DeBonne. For the record, my name is Nathaniel Miller, and I'm an associate planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. Today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning a comprehensive plan amendment from agricultural and surface mining to rural residential exception area, and also request a corresponding zone change to rezone the subject property from exclusive farm use and surface mining to rural residential. Today's hearing will proceed as follows. First, staff will explain the hearing format and how to testify at today's hearing, followed by a brief presentation on the application. Then the testimony portion of the hearing will begin. The applicant will present first and will have 20 minutes. Next, persons in support can testify and will have 3 minutes. Then those in opposition will testify and also have 3 minutes. Afterward, the applicant will have 10 minutes for rebuttal testimony. And lastly, staff may have closing comments. This is a hybrid public hearing with both in-person and remote participation. Before starting your testimony, please provide your first and last name as well as your mailing address. For our in-person participants, if wishing to testify, please fill out a blue sign-up sheet and submit it to the board's executive assistant, Brenda, to the left of the dais. Chair DeBonne will call up in-person participants for their testimony. After your name is called, please come up to one of the tables at the front of the room before beginning your testimony. Excuse me, commissioners, I'm having some technical difficulties here with the keyboard. Just want to make sure that our online followers can understand the instructions. Okay, so for our remote participants, if you want to testify, you must be logged into Zoom or have called in using the Zoom dial-in option. When Chair DeBonne asks if anyone would like to testify, you will need to use the raised hand feature to notify the board. To do this, you need to press the raise hand button on your computer or smart device. Or if you called in, dial *9. When it is your turn to provide testimony, you'll be promoted from attendee to a panelist. You may experience a brief pause as your status changes. Once you have joined as a panelist, you will be able to turn on your camera if you would like to.
I think he's changing them in the back for you. Maybe the keyboard's not working, so you can just ask him to go to the next slide.
Okay. In addition to oral testimony, if anyone has written testimony to submit, please hand it to me directly. If you are in person, please submit your written testimony to me after your testimony. If you are participating remotely, you can submit your written testimony to me via email at nathaniel.miller@deschutes.org. Lastly, chair and staff are responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Chair DeBonne, I will now return to the script and note that the commissioners must disclose any ex parte contacts, prior hearing observations, bias, or conflicts of interest.
So does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
And I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed also. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, a member of the hearings body, based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Is there anyone online with a raised hand feature? As no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have procedural objections to the public hearing? Anyone online with a raised hand? Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you, Chair DeBonne. The subject property is located at 60725 Arnold Market Road and is approximately 279 acres in size. The property is southeast of the city of Bend, just south of Rickard Road. The urban growth boundary for the city of Bend is to the northwest on the west side of 27th Street.
So just a little bit of clarity real quick. So 233 acres plus 46 acres. So when I look at that, it's a map, it's one parcel. We just think of it as zoned differently on the same parcel, two different type zonings.
So the 279 acres is the total amount of lot area for this particular tax lot.
And we're talking about two different zones that are on that lot.
Correct.
That was just clarifying.
Yep. So there's surface mine zoning, and then there's also exclusive farm use zoning.
On one parcel.
And both of those are being requested to be into RR10.
And to just to kind of get the full picture, this parcel is only one of two that the Park and Rec District is planning to use for a future regional park.
Correct.
The thing next door.
Yeah, the current application is looking exclusively at tax lot 200, even though Bend Park and Recreation District also owns tax lot 300, which is to the southeast.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so to that point, as noted earlier, the applicant requests approval of a comprehensive plan amendment to change the designation of the property from agricultural and surface mining to rural residential exception area. The applicant also requests a corresponding zone change to rezone the subject property from exclusive farm use and surface mining to rural residential. No Goal 3 exception is proposed. The applicant provided evidence in the record that the property is predominantly comprised of soils that do not qualify as agricultural land, and that the mining activities have been concluded. In addition to the burden of proof, the applicant has submitted a soil study from Red Hill Soils and a traffic study by Transite Consulting LLC in support of the application. Although no specific development plans are included in the application, the applicant has indicated that the property will be used for future park space. The Deschutes County Hearings Officer held a public hearing on November 12th of 2024. The applicant's legal representation provided testimony in the hearing. Two members of the public also provided oral testimony, one in support and one in opposition. On January 8th of 2025, the hearings officer issued a recommendation of approval for the proposed plan amendment and zone change. Up until the initial public hearing, staff received 5 comments to the record in opposition to the proposal. The letters of opposition generally expressed concerns with increased residential density in the area and increased traffic. One letter questions the proposal's ability to meet the other relevant criteria. Staff notes that a number of nearby residents did inquire about the proposal after receiving the notice. Staff responded to questions regarding the nature and scope of the proposal. After these initial contacts, no further comment for the record were received. Staff notes that after the hearings officer hearing, 2 comments of opposition and 1 in support were received. These comments were uploaded to the record. At the conclusion of today's hearing, the board will need to do one of the following. 1, continue the hearing to a date and time certain. 2, close the oral portion of the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain. 3, close the hearing and commence deliberations. Or 4, close the hearing and schedule deliberations for a date and time to be determined. This concludes the summary of the proposal. Staff is available for questions.
So there's one record on this matter, and I think I talked about this at the work sessions, because I was thinking, there'd be closing a record and opening a record, but it's really just one record in this whole process.
That is correct. Yeah, so the Board of County Commissioners hearing is part of the plan amendment zone change process. So the record is continuous.
Nathaniel, you said that of the 5 letters in opposition that were received in advance, some of them talked about more residential development in their area. I mean, we are talking about a proposed park site, right? This is, so was that, just a misinformation or?
No, that is correct, Commissioner Chang. I think generally when you look at those comments, we will see there's some uncertainty about what the Bend Park and Recreation District is proposing and the follow through aspect of it. And I think a nuance to that is maybe things aren't explained well enough, but people have a lot of confidence that that full plan will take place. And and I would probably rely upon the applicant's testimony at this point to see what their plans are and have them address this specifically. But I think to your concerns in the work session, these are also the issue.
Okay. And I can certainly understand when someone hears something is being rezoned to rural residential that you think that they're going to build residences there, but look forward to hearing more.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is the public hearing on the matters. The applicant, please join us. And we may have questions after the presentation.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Tia Lewis, and I'm an attorney for the applicant. We have a board member that has a very tight time schedule, so rather than do what I would ordinarily do, which is do an applicant's presentation, would it be possible to take her testimony quickly so that she can make her next appointment? She's been
absolutely.
patient.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jody Barham, for the record. Mailing address is P.O. Box 1833, Bend, Oregon 97709. I am currently the chair of the Board of Directors, Bend Park and Recreation District. So I am here today. Thank you for allowing me to go early so I can make another appointment. Just wanted to address some of the issues that I'm sure you're hearing concerns about. The Bend Park and Recreation District purchased this lot and the lot near it for a regional park. So that is the intent of our board, and staff will give you a presentation on that. I understand some of the concerns could be future looking because of the zoning being rural residential. You appropriately pointed that out, that does raise what people just initially hear and want to respond to. But the intention is to develop this as a park with, again, potential for natural features, for ball fields, for concession stands. So those are concepts that are yet to be determined. So that's something that we'll look at down the road. That's a part of our planning process. That'll be a part of community and public engagement. And for this board and for the purposes today with the zone change, I just want to thank you again for being a forward-thinking board, that you have approved zone changes in Deschutes County when you see that properties are no longer being used for surface mining, that properties are not amenable to agricultural production, as this property is clearly demonstrated. So the highest and best use of it for production of a park and for planning for that is something that we believe will bring a tremendous benefit to our district residents and beyond. It'll attract more potential for tournaments, for sporting events, and provide opportunity for people to access natural open spaces. You're probably familiar with some of the regional parks that we have in the area, like Riley Ranch, like Shevlin Park, and a lot of the use at Pine Nursery Park around Bend. We don't have something like that in the southeast portion of our community. And that's something that we try to provide. In addition to having parks within a half-mile walk for people, we want to make sure that we're providing a variety of parks, whether that's a pocket park, neighborhood park, community park, or regional park. So that diversity helps us meet the needs of our community at all levels. It offers inclusion and invitation to get outdoors and to experience nature. That's something that we believe helps people play for life. That's our motto. And that's something that we bring to our community. So I just want to thank you for hearing this zone change and hope that you'll affirm the hearings officer's recommendation to approve it so that we can move forward and plan to bring more parks and recreation to this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Tia Lewis again for the record. Thank you very much. So we'll kind of backtrack a little bit and start from the beginning. I do have Sarah Anselman with me that will also testify as a part of the applicant's testimony. And then we have some additional board members that are here to testify in the public portion of the hearing. So, excuse me, is it the advance arrow that regulates it? Okay, thank you very much. So I do have a brief PowerPoint. I'm not going to go into all of the applicable approval criteria because the hearings officer's decision, which is 61 pages, did a extensive job of addressing all of the criteria as well as all of the issues raised by both the supporters and the opponents to the record. So the first thing is, as staff mentioned, it is a plan amendment zone change and the location is in the southeast area off Rickard Road.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out the time, our time. I don't know where the time clock is, but anyway. Well, how many minutes does she have, Nathan?
I was estimating 15 from the first 5, but yeah, as I say.
Okay. I just was like, where is the time?
Sorry. Okay. So as mentioned, the subject property is 279 acres. 105 acres of the property is zoned surface mining and 174 is zoned EFU. It was former surface mining site 392. It is across from Rickard. It is on Rickard Road across from the landfill, less than a half mile from the UGB. And it is adjacent to what has been referred to as tax lot 300. That is the property in the southeast corner, and that is also owned by Bend Parks and Rec District. It is zoned EFU, and we are not seeking a zone change for that portion of the property, but it will be included in the park master plan as the district moves forward. And Sarah can talk a little bit more about the park planning when she testifies. The existing land use pattern in the area, as you can see, it is a half mile from the UGB and across from the landfill. And it is adjacent or very nearby the 2 most recent UGB expansion areas in the city of Bend, with the first one being the Senate Bill 1537 lands. That was the former Miller Pit that was rezoned from surface mining to MUA 10, I believe, and then the Ponderosa Master Plan, which was planned in the southeast area. So the southeast area is slated to receive significant residential development within the near future, and the need for a southeast regional park is in high demand. So with regard to the background, the mining of the parcel ceased in 2005. And Dogami confirmed that the reclamation, according to Dogami's records, was complete and closed its file in 2011. The district purchased this property in 2022 with the interest to create the regional park. However, the zoning remained surface mining. There was a plan amendment zone change to change the zoning from surface mining to RR10. And
I'm going to ask, can you not have the clock on the screen and maybe keep it up in the top corner there? Because I mean, you're the applicant. I want to have you to be able to do your presentation. I'm worried that you're feeling rushed because
Yeah,
the clock is
I'm
up
trying
there.
to talk as fast as
I know, and it's
having
say-
Jody go first, sort of, she could have gone in the public
Oh, yeah, not a problem. But as I say, that it's just the general concept of that 20 minutes. So yeah, there we go. And as I say, we'll keep it generally on the clock.
So the prior owner tried to rezone this property in 2010, and they not only included the subject parcel, but also the adjacent 300 acres, and that rezone was unsuccessful. And one of the primary reasons that rezone was unsuccessful is the hearings officer ruled that the reclamation associated with the surface mining had not been complete. And so the applicant took the roadmap created by the hearings officer in that 2010 denial and came back to the county and amended the reclamation plan, because the reclamation plan as it currently stood at the time that they purchased the property, it was a 1992 reclamation plan, was not completable. It was based on data that was inaccurate. So they amended the reclamation plan in 2003 or 23, and the county approved that amended plan. The majority of the remaining reclamation activities were approved to be completed contemporaneously with park development, so that the soils stockpiled on site weren't spread on the land and then disrupted as a part of developing the park. The county recognized that developing the park contemporaneously with finishing up the reclamation made the most financial and economic sense for the property. So continuing on where that left off, when the district purchased the property was split zoned, surface mining and EFU. They had to file an application for a zone change no matter what, because the surface mining designation needed to be removed before anything could be put on the property. As a part of analyzing how to change the zoning from surface mining, they didn't want to continue to develop a split zoned property. So they looked at what is the surface mining zoning going to be changed to. And they did the agricultural analysis associated with changing the surface mining zoning, which established that there are no or at least not a predominance of agricultural soils on the property. So utilizing the idea that we can develop some portions of the park in the EFU zone, but the EFU zone is restrictive with regard to both process. It's a conditional use process. It's regulated by the state. It's heavily interpreted by administrative agencies through Oregon administrative rules. The district chose the RR10 zone, which specifically lists parks as a use, and established that the property has no agricultural soils. This process and the specific zoning on the property allows the most economic development of the master plan for the park, and it allows the most flexibility with regard to the facilities enabling the park to be developed. There is no history of farm use on the subject property, despite some of the testimony that has been received in the record. We have submitted substantial evidence that the property would not support agricultural use. In addition to the soil study referenced by staff and submitted as Exhibit 6, the applicant submitted an additional 397 pages of evidence to address Central Oregon Land Watch's arguments, and that includes Exhibit 19, which is an interview of all of the agriculturally zoned lands within a mile of the subject property. We found no owners within those interviews that were able to use their irrigated lands to generate a profit for agricultural use. There are people that are growing hay and raising some livestock, but we found no owners within our interview that were able to generate a profit, and that chart is Exhibit 19 within the record. We also submitted testimony from 2 experienced farmers that did site-specific analysis of the subject property. One is our farmer that is farming under that pivot on tax lot 300. His testimony is in the record as Exhibit 22. His name is Ethan O'Brien. He's been farming that property for several years and has been a Central Oregon farmer for the past 10 to 15 years. He testified that no reasonable farmer would invest the amount of investment necessary to bring the subject property water or amend the agricultural soils to use it for agricultural use. We also submitted evidence from Rand Campbell, who is also a rancher and farmer in the area, in the Central Oregon area. That's Exhibit 23. He supported Ethan's testimony and also testified that this property would not support crops or agricultural use. If you want to look at the substantial evidence in the record regarding the agricultural use, and if there's any doubt in your mind whether or not this property is suitable for agricultural use, I encourage you to read the letter in the November 27 letter in the record that we submitted. And the hearings officer's decision devotes a significant amount of resources and pages to that. Additionally, the evidence in the record shows that the historical use of this property, in 2016, a lot line adjustment was done in order to separate what had been historically used for agricultural use, although not profitably, from what had not been used for agricultural use. And that lot line resulted in the current configuration, with tax lot 300 being the property that had historically seen some agricultural use, and the subject property separated from that property with no agricultural use. There are 18 acres of water rights on the subject property through Arnold Irrigation District. There is no irrigation infrastructure on the subject property, and Arnold has piped in the area and stubbed irrigation facilities to tax lot 300, but not to the subject property. We've been working with Arnold to transfer those water rights to tax lot 300. That application has not been filed, but they are understanding that that is our goal, and that's why they did not stub irrigation facilities to the subject property. I do have some final remarks, but I want to let Sarah testify, so I'm going to turn it over to her. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Anselman, and I am a park planner for Bend Park and Recreation District. As Tia mentioned, the district purchased the Rose property in 2022 with the intent of developing it into a regional park. We have 3 different park types, and they're classified by who they are intended to serve. We have neighborhood parks. They're intended to serve the immediately adjacent neighborhoods. We have community parks, which often include destination type features such as BMX track, tournament field space, pickleball courts, splash pad, those types of amenities. So those definitely serve a broader section of the Bend area and even beyond. And then we have regional parks, which, as the name says, are intended to serve the entire region. Since regional parks and even community parks draw visitors from a much larger area, they are often located outside of the UGB, where land is available at a scale that makes sense for those park types. As you know, the Rose property was previously used for mining aggregate, and now that mining has ended, we are required to rezone that portion of the site. As Tia mentioned, the property is not agricultural land, so it makes sense to select a designation that best fits the intended use of the property. I reviewed all of the county's zoning designations, and I met with county staff and determined that rural residential is the most suitable for park and recreation uses. It lists all of them. Also rezoning the entire lot and not just the irregular surface mine zoned portion simplifies long-term planning by creating a more regular boundary and not a split zone lot, which allows for flexibility in design, especially since the mined area has structural limitations due to fill. At this stage, we don't have a plan, like a site plan for the park. We develop parks through a community input process, and we plan to begin concept planning in the next couple of years. We do expect some of our more typical features in this parks, like a mix of natural areas. The southern half of the site is beautifully treed. There's interesting topography. Then we've got disturbed areas already, so those could be field space, sports courts, and then other amenities, the more unique ones, those will be determined through the community input process. As you know, we purchased the lot to the southeast, which is farmland with a hayfield. We do lease that to a local farmer, as Tia mentioned, and we do plan to have that lot remain EFU, and we will just plan uses that are compatible in EFU, such as natural area and field space. Those types of uses also allow us to ensure that the water rights on that lot are put to beneficial use, whether it's irrigating field space or temporarily using them to establish native vegetation that just needs a start and then returning them to the district for someone else to use. We can plan uses that do allow for that, either of those. And I know there was a question about the water rights on the subject property, tax lot 200. Those were industrial rights used for keeping the dust down during the mining operation. As Tia mentioned, there's no stub or any infrastructure to deliver irrigation water to tax lot 200. So the district is working with the farmer and Arnold Irrigation to have them applied to tax lot 300. We have developed parks on EFU land before, and the conditional use process is a little unpredictable, more restrictive for long-term park planning. Well, RR10 clearly allows for a variety of park and recreation uses. So ultimately, a zone change to RR10 provides us with flexibility. It simplifies long-term planning and allows us to be more responsive to the needs of the entire community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sarah.
Could I ask, so I'm following the simpler more permissible kind of principle, but what specifically can you do in rural residential land that you can't do in EFU zone land?
EFU leaves a lot more questions because it is a zone that is regulated at the state level. We actually have reached out to them regarding one use we're thinking about, and it's been many weeks and we haven't heard back. That makes things tough. But rural residential in the code allows for parks, playgrounds, community centers, and recreation facilities. Those are basically the four things we would do. And having all of those spelled out versus an absence of that language in any other designation just leaves those other designations open for question. EFU especially, constructing buildings is a lot more questionable when they're not for agricultural use.
If I could add just a little bit to that as well, the decision-making process associated with a conditional use versus the uses allowed in the RR10 zone, that's much more subjective and there's less predictability for the district. And so you end up with unpredictable outcomes, and also the inability to have a locally regulated zone. Like having state regulated zones, which are subject to administrative rules and subject to interpretation by agencies that we don't have any ability to influence or control as a local community, makes it difficult as well. And then again, as Sarah mentioned, having the split zone portion of the property, because we had to take the SM out, it also creates obstacles trying to develop when you're trying to figure out which zoning standards apply, setbacks and uses and those sorts of things.
Any other questions? We'll get to the public hearing portion, then you can do any rebuttal. Unless you have more questions.
Yeah, I mean, one other question.
Sure, one
So,
more.
so that hay pivot in tax lot 300, you're picturing that continuing for a long time into the future of this park?
Yeah, we don't have, we'll start concept planning in a few years, but as far as development actually goes, getting down to the details, that's a long ways out. And by having someone using that pivot, we're, maintaining use of those water rights, and having someone on the property is also just helpful for the district. So it's very desirable for multiple reasons to have someone continue using that.
And there's
Just for the record, the district is donating that land for use for farming. They're not charging a farmer to farm it so that they can get somebody to actually farm it.
Yeah. What happens when you have a long-term plan for that park and you don't necessarily need all, if you don't necessarily need all those water rights to the 18 acres that are being transferred plus what's already being applied. Well, what does the park district do with those?
They're leased back in stream. There might be other things. I'm not an expert in water rights,
No.
but I do know we lease
That's
some that aren't being used. We do use some for irrigation, and then we do have others that we lease back in stream.
Yeah, playfields need water too, but
Mhm.
yeah, I was just trying to figure out the total balance at the end. Thank you.
So this is a public hearing on the matter. Is there anyone here to testify in support at this time? And then we'll ask for opposition. Yeah, please join us. And this will be a call for anyone online also. Yeah, since it's just a few of us in here today. Donna, thank you for joining us. Name,
Commissioners.
yes.
Donna Owens, 2029 Northwest 7th Street, Bend, Oregon. I'm on the board of directors for the Bend Parks and Rec. Can you hear me? Okay.
Just maybe go directly into it a little bit more, just like that. Yep.
And I have scribbled notes all over the place. I know you've already gonna hear a lot of in support of the proposal to approve a zone change. Being an elected official is new to me, and I know what you guys have to go through. And so I want to say thanks for listening and hearing about our request today. The beauty of the Rose, we call it the Rose property. I think that was the former owner's name. The beauty of the Rose property is to provide for a future regional park. The current zoning is not ideal. And by making the change, it's going to really provide a lot of flexibility and efficiency in developing a park. The site's no longer used for mining. Doggami has already given the reclamation approval on that, although there's some more steps that could be woven into the development of the park as well to really do the right way of reclaiming it. And the soils have been determined not to be agriculturally productive. As I said, the rezoning, approving this rezoning request is the most efficient, cost-effective action for the park district to develop and plan for a park. We knew there'd be speed bumps when we approved the purchase of the park, knowing that the zoning wasn't perfect as purchased. Urge you to support and this rezone change. And I want to thank you again for allowing for us to continue to provide parks and open space to the community.
Thank you for joining us.
And I want to thank you for Worrell Park.
It had to come up.
Yes, well, it did. I know. I thought, well, do I say it or not? But honestly, every time I look at the park, I think of you, and and having it outside our door, I think is just so significant. And it only might be an acre plus, but it's a really powerful acre for downtown. So thank you, Donna.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to provide testimony today? We'll go one at a time. I can take it. It's just a small group today.
Good morning, Board, Chair DeBonne, Commissioners Chang and Adair. My name is Kerry Schneider. I live in Bend, 60815 Cobblestone Place. I'm speaking to you today in my capacity as a director on the Bend Parks and Rec Board. And I'll just emphasize, since Jody and Don have already talked, I'll try to keep this real concise, but just to want to do two things. One, I want to emphasize our intended use, since that's been in question. And two, I really want to make sure, and most importantly, that we are, I'm advocating for our constituents. The first is I just want to reinforce again that this is going to be a regional park, really with the goal of serving the growing and anticipated future needs of this, the greater Southeast Bend area. And again, similar to Shevlin and Riley, this park has the opportunity to provide some great natural area, some green space, and other amenities that our community ultimately is going to desire. The designation of RR10 provides Bend Park and Rec the greatest flexibility to develop this park. Future planning will, as Sarah mentioned, include the feedback from our community, and with the means to provide an asset that provide the amenities that are the greatest and best use of our community as well. And as mentioned earlier, the FU zone is just less predictable, and the concern is that we want to make sure that we have the ability to put this to the best use of our community and the uncertainty that could bring in years ahead, at the state level. Finally, just want to note that I appreciate, and I'm actually an avid supporter of Land Watch and the vigilant environmental land use oversight that they provide here in Central Oregon. However, I would suggest that Bend Park and Rec has a tremendous track record of trust and stewardship of our community's natural resources, and in fact, have partnered with several community environmental groups towards habitat preservation and restoration in our area. And I would think that we maybe would ask for you to affirm that prior decision to ensure that we have the greatest flexibility to develop this property to meet the needs of our community, and that's with that RR10 designation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Is there anyone online? Okay, seeing none, is there any rebuttal or follow-up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess I started lumping it in. No, please join us for opposition. Okay. Yeah. Didn't make that clear. I was kind of asking for anybody at that point.
And I have some written comments as well.
Yeah. I didn't use the word opposition, but thank you very much for joining us.
Comments that are exhibits as well that I'll share with staff. You guys will have.
That's okay. I need the exercise. Thanks.
Can you please provide a blue form when you're done? Not up front is fine.
Good morning, Chair DeBone, Commissioners Chang, Adair. It's good to see you. My name is Robin Hayakawa. I'm offering these comments on behalf of Central Oregon Land Watch. Our address is 2843 Northwest Lolo Drive, Suite 200, Bend, Oregon 97703. We're opposed to this application, and I'll try to quickly go through some of the main reasons why. I want to start with a point of clarification. The applicant's attorney referenced the 2010-2011 prior attempt to rezone this property, which failed based on a Deschutes County hearings officer decision. I think it's important to recognize that that decision failed not just because of a failure to reclaim the property, but also a finding that the property was predominantly agricultural soils and suitable for farm use under the 1AB suitability factors. The first other point I'd like to make is you heard testimony that the reclamation of the property will be completed at some indefinite time in the future. The hearings officer recommendation echoed this, finding that the amended reclamation plan, quote, will be, the requirements will be complied with in the future, concurrent with the development of the property. Deschutes County Code at 1852200A doesn't allow the rezoning of a surface mining site until, quote, the site has been reclaimed. This is a contradiction that we don't think the hearings officer recommendation is able to reconcile. The surface mining zone isn't eligible to be rezoned until it, quote, has been reclaimed in accordance with the Deschutes County Code. So assurance that they are finishing up reclamation it's difficult to square that. My second point is that the applicant has submitted a soil study here that is based on a property that is in a state of partial reclamation. So you are being asked to make a determination about the quality of the soil, the predominance of the agricultural soils, while also recognizing that certain reclamation activities on the property haven't occurred yet, like planting of crested wheatgrass, distributing topsoil, things like that. We don't think that this is substantial evidence. The hearings officer in 2010, 2011 held the same, that this wasn't substantial evidence to provide a soil study on a property that hasn't been remediated, reclaimed. And we think that applies here as well. So my last point has to do with the suitability factors. Like I mentioned, the hearings officer had previously determined that the subject property is suitable for farm use. There has been no substantive changes on the ground of this property since then. There has been a lot line adjustment that has carved away certain parts of the property, including the agricultural pivot, and there's been a modification of the reclamation requirements, but substantively on the ground, the land remains the same, and it is suitable for farm use. The property is large enough and has access to 90 acres of water rights, which should be sufficient for virtually any farm use in Deschutes County. So in conclusion, I want to thank you for hearing public comment on this application, your careful consideration, of course, the work you do for Deschutes County, and we recommend that this application be denied. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Please,
ask a question.
So, when there were, during the 2010 to 2011 rezone application, that tax lot 300 was part of the, it was part of the bundle that was, that a rezone was being sought for.
That's correct.
Okay. And then subsequently carved off. Okay. And then one other question I would ask is, I would love to understand whether Landwatch opposes having a park in this a regional park in this location, or whether this is more a matter of kind of a procedure and kind of statutory principle.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Commissioner Chang. Thank you for asking it. We don't oppose a park, and frankly, this is an issue of process. You have seen us here opposing these non-resource spot zoning efforts. I hope at this point you're familiar with some of our reasons for doing that, and I don't think that we want to be opposing the Parks District, but based on the route for approval that they've chosen, it was a difficult decision for us to make, but we decided that we needed to oppose this non-resource spot zone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So is there anyone else in opposition? Sorry, I didn't mention that specifically. Anybody online? Okay. So yeah, at this time, if there's any rebuttal and possibly closing up this public hearing.
Thank you. Yes, Tia Lewis for the record. I'll do a brief rebuttal and closing remarks. Thank you, Commissioner Chang, for recognizing that 2010 application did include tax lot 300 and was one of the reasons why the district chose not to include tax lot 300 in its present application is that they are running a pivot on it. They are doing the best that they can to use it for an agricultural purpose, albeit it's very limited purpose. But the 2010 application is in the record, and the hearings officer reviewed it completely. And the reclamation plan is based on the amended reclamation plan in the record. The hearings officer spent 6.5 pages discussing why that amended reclamation plan is appropriate, and it is a final unappealed decision, and it does allow the remaining reclamation to be completed contemporaneously with the park development. We believe the hearings officer correctly ruled on that decision. Lastly, I do want to address the the opposition of Central Oregon Land Watch to this public park. The applicant spent significant resources to respond to the information submitted by Central Oregon Land Watch into the record for this file, public dollars. And the applicant spent a long time deciding whether or not to pursue an application for a rezone from surface mining, which it had to pursue, and to seek the RR10 zoning designation, and to not seek a rezone for the EFU portion of the property because they can work with the EFU zoning for a portion of the park. But the point is that Central Oregon Land Watch does not oppose a park in this location. And what they oppose is a process. And what's alarming is that we're spending public dollars to fight for a policy initiative that is based on objectives that do not apply equally to all properties. I understand if we were rezoning EFU property in the middle of farmland or in a very rural area. We're rezoning EFU property that is inappropriately zoned EFU to utilize it for a public purpose, and we're spending public dollars to fight about policy objectives, again, that don't apply equally to all property. And so the district, as stewards of this public property, made the decision to pursue the process that was going to be the most economical, and it was going to provide them the most certainty to use scarce public dollars on this public asset. And this is the zoning designation that will best enable them to develop this land for a regional park in an area of our community that direly needs a regional park. That's their fiduciary obligation to the public, and the one that they take very seriously. And we urge you to approve this application. Thank you.
So question, the reclamation, it was mentioned crested wheatgrass and redistributing some topsoil from the surface mining. How does that get caught? So make sure that really does happen, or we don't lose track of that. And maybe that's kind of I think of it as a condition of approval, but I don't know that would be in this because it's already in the Dogami reclamation plan.
It's in the county's amended reclamation plan. It's not in the Dogami's plan, but yes, as you recognize, it will be brought forward as a part of the development application as the park is master planned.
Okay.
And the amended reclamation plan will be built into the development plan for the park.
But that's a good
and their
reminder.
approval.
Yeah, so any development plan will be reviewed and this will be right there. Okay,
That's
that
correct.
helps me. Thank you.
I'm going to stay up here if we don't mind so that we can talk about what the next steps are and the timing of those.
Sure. Yeah. So as I say, this has been a public hearing on the matter, and public testimony has been received. Yeah, please join us. And then we can talk about where we want to go as a board for.
I do have a request on that list of items that you can choose from today.
Yeah. So as the applicant, you're saying you would propose.
I would.
Okay. Well, let us communicate amongst ourselves real quick before that. Okay. Any other thoughts, Nathaniel?
Staff has no closing comments, Commissioner.
Okay. Okay. And then any other thoughts, Nick?
Thank you. Just one quick question. The entire focus has been on the future of this property being a park. Are there any restrictions to connect the zoning, the plan amendment, anything to a park, or just in my history of community development, sometimes the claims have been made, and then the entity that receives the benefit of that changes for some purpose, and then the underlying zone is what prevails. I'm just curious, are there any?
No, that's what I was worried about too. I'm like, it's really wonderful. I do love parks. And, but yeah, what if something happens? And because, this is a magnificent idea to have that big of a park on, that end to Bend. But what if something happened? So how do we protect that?
There are no restrictions proposed, and the application meets the applicable approval criteria for the zone change. So that's all I can offer you as far as that goes. I mean, if a private property owner were coming in with this present application, it would still meet the applicable approval, overwhelmingly meets the approval criteria. There is no contrary evidence. So if you want to look at the evidence in the record, the only thing that there is unsubstantiated arguments that it should stay EFU for some purpose that we're unaware of what that would serve.
Well, I
So
I do-
procedurally, is this going to be okay? I mean, now we're kind of going down a path here, just making sure we're not going out as,
If I may, Commissioners, Tia, has there been any communication with the city of Bend about what the expansion of the city will look like on that end? And then maybe how the master planning will kind of tie into that entity, which has been brought up by Mr.
Well,
Dulac?
as I say, so I mean, just let's acknowledge procedure here. Is it okay? We're kind of having an open discussion all of a sudden about, you know, what, for maybe adding to the record, which is fine. We haven't closed the record, but just making sure we're not going to be challenged by
Thank you.
kicking it around here at this moment. Because I want to hear these information too.
Sure. So
Here we go, Will.
procedurally, Chair DeBone, where we're at is needing to make a decision on next steps. So to Tia's point,
Well, yeah, so thank you very much for joining us, Will.
Thank you, Commissioner DeBone. Fellow commissioners, Will Groves, your planning manager, your instincts are correct here. And we have exited the time for testimony, and we are at the portion of the process where we were agreeing on next steps. So this would be a great topic. It seems like it's been raised with sufficient specificity that the applicant can address it and any other interested parties in the post-hearing written submittals. It would be a good reason to leave the hearing open for such reasons in the written capacity.
So, yeah, so as I say, I just want to make sure, because if we know that we can get hit sideways by just having something that's not procedurally correct too.
so Chair DeBone, excuse me, so I will just go ahead and just review those options that are available to the board at this time for next steps. 1, continue the hearing to a date and time certain. 2, close the oral portion of the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain. 3, close the hearing and schedule deliberations for a date and time to be determined. Or 4, close the hearing and commence deliberations.
Well, and or acknowledging we're having rebuttal discussion here. As I say, I just wanted to acknowledge that if we want to say that we're doing that, let's make sure the world knows. So, Commissioner Chang, as I say, do you want to proceed with, it's kind of I would call it rebuttal discussion now, is just procedurally. Or do we?
I mean, in terms of the choice we're supposed to make at this point, I would say I would be comfortable proceeding to deliberations right now, closing the oral and written record, or closing the oral portion and leaving the written record open for a period of time.
Okay, well, that helps. Yeah, so leaning towards, any thoughts, Commissioner?
I would, okay, close the oral, but leave the written open.
And what's the applicant's request or
I'd
guidance?
like you to close all of it and proceed to deliberations.
Okay.
We've filed this application almost a year ago, and there's literally thousands of pages of evidence in the record, thousands.
Oh, understood. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, so we'll acknowledge that the public hearing's closed on this matter. And we almost had rebuttal discussion, but we didn't. And yeah, there's discussion at this point in time for getting to the next step. I guess it is up to us as a board. So yeah, I mean, with the studying of the record as we have it, understanding that you know, this is one record, and we've, you know, had testimony provided in the record here, I do support, yeah, if we want to deliberate, let's see if we can do that. Are you available for that, Commissioner Adair?
No, I personally want to know that if I want this land to stay a park, and I don't know if anyone's really answered that, what Nick brought up. Yeah, too many times things change, and I feel that it needs to be a park.
Well, I mean, I think we can trust that if a park and recreation district bought the land and they're proceeding with planning for a park, that, you know, that they have pretty serious intent to develop a park there. And we do, I mean, every time we approve a rezone application, we have no guarantees that the entity is going to use that piece of land for that purpose. So, you know, I feel like I have pretty good assurances or pretty good confidence, and I'm comfortable proceeding with that.
What about reviewing the record a little bit more and setting deliberations for a future date?
Yes.
Because I mean, yeah, we could go back and read some stuff, I'm sure, and understand
Yes.
the scope of this. So I'd feel more comfortable with that, but that means closing the record, closing the written record, and then just setting a date for deliberations with being able to study what's on record.
That would be great.
I mean, if we're gonna, I feel like if we're going to leave it to a later date to deliberate, then there's not a lot of harm in leaving the written record open and letting people who are just tuning in now, weigh in on this.
Okay, so then would that mean we have to leave it open for a week and then they have a week of a rebuttal? And then, so I hear what Tia's saying. This has gone on for quite a while, but honestly, it's 279 acres of a piece of property that I'd like to have, assured that it is actually a park for the future decades. So anyway, if we do that, what, 1 week and then 1 week rebuttal, and then where does that put us?
Well, that would be
In our
a
budget
7
week
and
or
7.
something?
It would, and we would have to look to schedule deliberations, thinking about budget but I think reasonably we could expect to come back for deliberations probably around end of May, beginning of June.
Okay. I know it's not perfect for the parties, but
Yeah, I'm also happy to deliberate right now. So
Yeah, so you're going, both ends of the spectrum
yeah,
here.
I'm just saying if we're waiting, then letting people submit additional written comments is, I think appropriate. But I'm also ready to proceed right now.
okay, well, if they bought it in 22, a couple more weeks, I don't think is going to be, it's not perfect, but it gets the job done.
As I say, I mean, I'm trying to,
I know you were,
well, just, I mean, it'd be a shame if we go 2-1 on something we all kind of support. I don't know. I don't want to say anything there, but yeah. So you're supportive of keeping the record open like we would standard. So applicant said, please close, but we're for the comfort of people that might be just hearing about this, leaving a record open. So we'll go through that 777 process. And that gets you to feeling you're comfortable with the big
Yes.
picture. Okay, yeah, let's proceed with that at this time.
Okay.
As I say, thank you for everybody that got engaged today. We didn't bring out the big forces on this, but yeah, more people will hear about it too.
Okay, Chair DeBone, at this time, I'd like to cover instructions for the open record period. I'm gonna go ahead and
one more slide.
Yeah, so just to review, this is our traditional 7 and 7 open record period. We have 3 different phases: new evidence and testimony, rebuttal, and applicant final legal argument. So for the new evidence and testimony phase, that will conclude Wednesday, April 9th at 4 p.m. The rebuttal phase will conclude on Wednesday, April 16th at 4 p.m. And the applicant's final legal argument, that will conclude Wednesday, April 23rd at 4 p.m. For open record period, please keep in mind all submittals should be addressed to me. For email submittals, please use my email address, which is nathaniel.miller@deschutes.org. Any electronic submittals must be received by the counter servers by 4 p.m. So please do not wait until the last minute to submit your materials. And then lastly, staff would just like to note that we don't retrieve information from website links or personal cloud storage services. So again, I think with the 7 and 7 and 7, we would look to those dates at the end of May or beginning of June for deliberations.
Very good. So we got through the process today, and we'll look forward to any engagement in the record, and then we'll have a final closed record as those proposed dates.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. So we do have a scheduled, 1 o'clock reconvening today. And when we were looking at the schedule, we thought this morning might kind of roll into the lunchtime hour. So we do have a few more agenda items before lunch here, or a lunch break. Item number 14, request to convert 1.0 FTE administrative assistant position supporting the forensic and acute services program. Thanks for standing by and joining us.
Absolutely. Good morning, commissioners. Evan Namkung, program manager in behavioral health. I manage the forensic and acute services program. Just because we're a relatively newly created program, just briefly, our teams serve clients who are under the Psychiatric Security Review Board, Mental Health Court, Forensic Diversion Program, Civil Commitment, and the one I'm here to talk to you about today, which is Aid and Assist. I think as you're probably familiar, our Aid and Assist population statewide has grown tremendously over the past several years. And my specific request today is that last year we were awarded a pilot grant to work with the Aid and Assist population specifically. And as part of that pilot grant, we created a limited duration administrative assistant position. That position has really become critical to our team's operations with the Aid and Assist population. And so my request today is to make that position permanent. As of right now, we have a projected $293,000 of unspent pilot grant funds. I believe there's a possibility of receiving some additional funding from the state as part of that pilot grant as well. And so the plan would be, if this request is approved, to continue to spend that unspent pilot grant funding on this position. And then once that funding runs out, to switch to CCBHC PPS funding for that position.
And that was going to be my thought process is that going to be appropriate future revenue source for that position?
Yeah.
And you just confirmed that. Yeah.
And I think there's also the possibility, there's a lot happening right now at the legislative level. You know, there's a lot of unknowns about other funding that we might receive for this population specifically as well.
So it's kind of evolving at the state level.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, any discussion?
What is the salary of that administrative assistant? You just have the FTE listed on the.
Yeah, I believe for next fiscal year, it's approximately 141,000.
Is that including benefits?
Yes.
141?
No, that's fully loaded. But the salary is.
I'm not sure exactly the salary number. I think that's including benefits and everything else.
You think?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's CCBHC, that's from the federal government. So have they made a determination on that?
No, I think that's also an evolving situation right now.
Exactly. So I'm like going, okay. So we do have the 293,000 currently unspent.
And I believe on your consent agenda next week, we'll have a request to accept an additional $200,000 from the state, which is a recent development over the last couple of weeks here. And so if that were to go through, we would also have some additional funding that continues to be a part of this pilot grant.
Did any other counties get this?
Yeah, I believe there were originally 6 counties that accepted. One of those counties dropped out, which is the reason why we're going to get this additional funding.
Oh, okay.
So right now there are 5 of us who are a part of this pilot.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, convert 1.0 limited duration to regular position in the Health Services Fund. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval of resolution number 2025-008 to convert 1.0 limited duration FTE to a regular FTE position within the Health Services Fund.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
and Chair will vote yes. Thank you. Good to see you.
Evan, could you after after this send us the actual breakdown, that 141?
Absolutely.
Okay. Or maybe Cam's got it on the spot.
She was right.
Okay,
Okay.
let's see. Cam Sparks, Budget Manager for the record. And let's see, this position for fiscal year 26 salaries is about 70,000 and benefits about 58,000 for a total of roughly 129,000.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There we go. Have a great day. Item number 15, Public Health Advisory Board bylaw updates. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us. First, I guess we can do quick introductions. I'm Dr. Rob Ross. I'm a family physician, but at this juncture in my career, I'm the Director of Academics and Research at St. Charles Health System. So that's my day job.
Mm-hmm.
Colleen? And I'm the chair of FAB, sorry. Colleen is the
Thanks, Rob. Hi, Commissioners. I'm Colleen Sinsky, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the Public Health Advisory Board, and my day job is running an organization called Central Oregon Fuse. Thanks.
Hi, Tom Kuhn, Deschutes County Public Health, and one of my roles is the Public Health Advisory Board Coordinator, one of my favorite roles, actually.
There you go.
So we just are here basically to present an update of our bylaws, really, and to get approval. They've gone through the county and the legal counsel at the county as well. But over the last year, we've been having various fairly in-depth conversations about how to make the Public Health Advisory Board more effective and represent the county's population as well. So we had a work group this year to work on the bylaws, and during those sessions we talked about membership and recruitment, which was really the major change in the bylaws, was changing the membership to have representation from various groups, which you can see on the bylaws under Section 5, I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Article 5. So that was deliberately changed to create a robust committee to improve member expertise and experience for the Public Health Advisory Committee. We also changed, to some extent, the expectations of membership, like attendance at meetings and other events, which, you know, we have to realize this is a voluntary board, so we can only do so much to force people to come, but we want them to be more regularly attendees and also to contribute to the group. So we made some changes there. And like I said, these have been reviewed by the public health leadership as well as county legal. And I'm going to turn it over to Colleen to talk about it. Sorry, do you have any questions about the changes, actually?
Not start.
Okay.
Were you going to run through the?
Oh, do you want?
No, actually, why don't you do your part first?
Oh, sure. So aside from the exciting bylaw changes, I also just wanted to extend our appreciation to the commissioners for your advocacy in the legislative session this year. Part of the ask to the Oregon Health Authority budget included an increase to public health modernization funding, and we appreciate the commissioners for having written a letter in support of that funding. One of my favorite parts of serving on this board is getting to hear directly from public health staff about the amazing work that they're doing in our community and seeing like where those dollars actually go. So just yesterday, we heard a presentation about the plague that had been diagnosed in Central Oregon last year, and learning from the nurses and epidemiologists involved about what it looked like as far as like the after hours contact tracing and aggressively getting a hold of everybody who might have had contact and getting prescriptions across state lines late at night. So it was just really incredible to hear the level of coordination and proactive work that the public health staff is doing. And I feel privileged in my position as a layperson to get to have this insight from the board. So just appreciate the work that the county commissioners are doing at all levels to support the ongoing budget for public health work.
Well, and thank you for being engaged also.
Thanks.
Yes, and I'm happy to say as the Public Health Advisory Board coordinators that these chairs have been some of the most proactive and helpful chairs. We've had many great ones, but they really go the extra mile. So it's been a pleasure to work with both of them.
Well, I know, just engagement and enthusiasm goes up and down over time. So it looks like we're on an upswing here. So, and that's good. And I'm involved with Behavioral Health Advisory Committee at this time. So, it's really always educational and provides a foundation, just like you say, of how the money's being spent, who's doing what, and how quickly we can respond to known issues. So very exciting. Any thoughts?
I was on behavioral health for quite a few years. So, I know that it seemed like we had an amazing attendance at our meetings. And it was voluntary, but people really do care. And I know the new leadership is really stepping out with a direction that I believe the community will be happy with.
Well, I'm the board member who's the liaison to the FAB, so I've been tracking this.
Great. So yeah, is there a motion or any other discussion?
Let's see, I move we approve the updated bylaws for the Public Health Advisory Board.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you. So go get them. I think part of it is having lunch available. I hope that's part of the,
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's a big draw.
yeah. But I mean, it is getting a group of people together to really get focused on the topics of the day.
Yeah.
I mean,
And actually, we really appreciate the timely approval of this. We've been trying to push this through because our membership levels right now are very low, enough to conduct business, but we really need to get some members on, and having these new defined seats really gives us a more specific direction of who we want to try to get on the board.
Great.
It looks like you've done a really a thorough analysis of who really should work together. So thank you for all your commitment. And yes, get those new members.
Thank
I know, what do you have to have 9, I believe I read? Yeah.
Minimum of 9, but we'd
Yeah.
like it to be closer to
To 50? Yeah, so that's great.
Big enough, but not unwieldy.
Not-
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
definitely.
the trick.
And I'd just like to say, I mean, there's been a number of points made about engagement and recruitment and keeping people engaged. And in my opinion, one of the things that's most important to people showing up for the FAB is knowing that they are working on recommendations for us, the Board of County Commissioners, that we take very seriously, and we will strive to implement. Things like the synergy we had around public health modernization advocacy. The FAB was really interested in having us do that. We were interested in doing that, and it was very mutually reinforcing. And I think that when the FAB sees the Board of Commissioners, take their interests, take their recommendations very seriously and act on them, it really helps with recruitment and retention and engagement. So I would encourage us to keep that in mind.
Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Item number 16.
Can't believe it. We're actually close to being on time. It's a miracle.
Letter of support for Deschutes County Justice Reinvestment Formula Grant.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Trevor Stevens, the Business Manager for Community Justice Department, and I'm here today to seek a letter of support for our Justice Reinvestment funding. Justice Reinvestment is one of the main funding streams for adult parole and probation. It provides for funding that supports FTE that provides directly for these services in our community. We went to Lipsick yesterday. We received approval on the plan. Both Nick and Commissioner Chang were there. And so we're just asking for a letter of support from the board for the preliminary application. As a reminder, they've kind of broken up this application over the years. And right now what they do is they ask us to submit a preliminary application with no budget numbers attached to it. And we are estimating right now that it'll be 1.6 to 1.8 million that would come to Deschutes County over the 2-year period. That includes a roughly $200,000 to $250,000 in victim service funding that go to directly victim service agencies in our community. And so the preliminary application is just kind of the preliminary bones for that application. but probably sometime in June, the legislator will adopt the official budget for what this looks like. And then we will release the second part of that application, which will include the budget and the other aspects of that. We'll also be a part of this process, launching the public process for selecting those victim service providers that'll be represented in our application that we submit come July when that happens. This is just the preliminary application that we submit, saying that we are definitely interested. This is what we would plan to do with the funds, and this is how we'd move forward. I'm here to answer any specific questions about that program, and just let me know what questions you may have.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. This goes to the state to be able to see what all the counties are thinking, right? So that's kind of what the process is at this point in time. And we do have a long history of providing these services, and obviously, if however much money can be provided will add to the capacity of what we can even do.
And there'll be two other funding application processes with this as well. There'll be competitive funds, and then generally there's a supplemental fund. Usually with the competitive process, we'll go in with the DA's office and specifically request funds to support FTE for the downward departure program. So.
Well, and, Trevor, thank you so much. I mean, you've got some years behind you now, don't you? So it's pretty exciting that you're able to even see the big picture and explain it to us and go do the battle. So thank you.
So are you thinking that we might not actually get any more than we did this last time?
There's really no,
Who knows?
it's very unsure at this moment, but they're hopeful that current service level would likely result in us receiving more funds. So that is hopeful that it may even be more than 1.8. Our numbers last time we received 1.6 in formula funding, $500,000 in competitive funds, and then we received an additional $250,000 in supplemental funds. So it's roughly 2.4 million that we received last time over the biennium. We won't know about those competitive funding until they have done the complete formula cycle. So depending on that, it could increase our level as well in terms of how much money we receive. So we'll definitely actively pursue those funds as well as probably the DA's office and community justice.
Great. Well, it's good to know that, yeah, we're organized and, ready enough to put this all together.
So I move to authorize chair's signature of a letter supporting an application for an Oregon Justice Reinvestment Program preliminary formula grant.
Second. Any other discussion?
I guess the one other thing I would say is, when Trevor presented this plan to the local public safety coordinating council yesterday, there was strong support. So.
Great. So with that, calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare, Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you so much.
Trevor, you might know, the sex offenders, I know that Representative Emerson Levy was going to be doing something about that regarding protecting kids in schools. Is there anything happening in Salem over that?
You know what? I know DV has a legislative call tomorrow. I'll ask her and then we'll ask her to send a follow-up on that.
Okay, I just was wondering, apparently Oregon has more sex offenders per capita than other states.
Okay,
So,
yeah, I'll have her follow up on that and get back with you guys.
thank you.
So at this time, we've scheduled to reconvene at 1:00 for video fund allocations. We could do other items also.
Great.
Anything else before that? If not, yeah, so we'll reconvene at 1:00. And stand up. Okay, welcome back. This is our Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 1 p.m. now, following up our morning session on April 2nd. Item number 17, 2026 Video Lottery Fund allocations. Jen, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for organizing this, and lots of requests, a little bit less money than that. So we'll get through this together.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. Each year, the Commissioners review anticipated revenue from the county's portion of video lottery proceeds for the upcoming fiscal year and develop an expenditure plan that has historically included funding for economic development activities, support for county core services, support for other organizations, and grant programs. In order to maintain a healthy contingency and fund balance for fiscal year 26 and future year, staff continues to recommend that the board allocate fiscal year 26 funds that align with expected fiscal year 26 revenue. In fiscal year 26, staff anticipates that the county will receive $1.4 million in revenue from video lottery proceeds. So with that, I believe you all have a packet in front of you. I'm going to screen share the spreadsheet that was included in your packet has changed a little bit. So I will screen share here so you can see the most updated changes, which include a fund request that we received yesterday from Shepherd's House Ministries, as well as additionally it added in 2 of the county core service projects that were funded for a one-time fund last year. So you can just see kind of the pool of funds that was granted towards that for last year.
Jen, if I could ask one more question before we jump right in here.
Yes.
What was our video lottery fund revenue last year?
Great question right off the bat. So let me just pull that up real quick. I know Cam's in the room too, so I don't know if she has that available. What I have available is what we allocated, but I didn't actually pull the complete actuals of what came up. So let me just pull that up real quick.
Looking at all these requests, you know.
Oh, here comes Cam to my savior. Yeah.
It'd be helpful to know if overall our pot has increased by 5 or 6%.
Are you asking, good afternoon, Commissioners, Cam Sparks, Budget Manager for the record. Are you asking what our revenue was for fiscal year 24 or what we anticipate this fiscal year?
So I'm tracking that we anticipate 1.4 million FY26. So I'm asking what FY25.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I did the projections for what we anticipate for fiscal year 25, and it's 1.3 million. And I believe, let me find my projection really quick. And I pulled this from the Oregon Revenue Forecast is what I used to estimate what we anticipate for fiscal year 26. And their report indicated an increase of 5.8%. And so that's what I used.
Okay. So yeah, these are video lottery dollars. Somebody's gaming $1 in a bright, flashy machine. And, it's a shame. It's not a good scenario for some people that are gambling these dollars away. So we need to remember that's the starting point here. Also, legislature is going to be talking about possibly making structural changes. I mean, so there could be a surprise that pops out of the legislature changing these numbers on us. And we're on the one side of that. A lot of counties are asking for a cap to be removed for fairgrounds funding, which would go to a percentage instead of a flat number. And that could change these proportions. So there's even things that could happen in the legislative session that changes this. But these are most flexible dollars, economic development dollars, emergency food, clothing, and shelter, stabilizing people. So there's a lot of good things we can do with these dollars also. And this is our exercise to kind of put a piece of the puzzle together for our annual budget next year. That's kind of what we're doing today.
So let's say that fair funding does go through. We'll have an opportunity to adjust this, I take it? I mean, we won't know that probably until June.
I would again then defer to the budget team on that as the budget gets voted on, as you know, in May. So
Right.
I'm not sure how that would come into play.
Well, and that's probably a policy choice. We have a choice. We have contingency in here. So if it changes by some number, it'll be the contingency going down unless we want to make a choice to reset the numbers.
And Patty, are you referring to external funding that the fair is anticipating, or?
No, they're just trying to raise that limit from the 52,000 per county to a higher percentage. I mean, significantly more. Because what does 52,000 really do? There are so many fairgrounds that seriously need a couple $100,000 to get them in better shape, such as, Lake counties, Jefferson counties, and especially Union County that doesn't even have bathrooms working. I know they have a separate bill for that one. So I was just wondering.
Okay. Yeah, I would say we would need to address that if we know more in May during budget committee week.
Not seeing Fair and Expo in the 2026 requests. Are we?
State. So remember, the agreement is local cities and counties don't have the authority to do any gaming. It all goes to the state. State has a big pool of money. One of their slices of pie goes to the county fairgrounds. So it's not this is another, it's parallel to the slice that we're talking about at the state level.
Oh, and then there was legislation proposed in the past to increase basically take more money from other things and put it more of lottery dollars in.
And it's always a contentious discussion. But what it was a percentage of video lottery. And at one legislative session years ago, they said, well, instead of letting it grow, how about we cap it here? So then it grew in other people and, veterans funding
everybody else.
comes for it. Yeah. So as I say, it's interesting dynamics. And that's not us other than advocating at the legislature. But I think AOC has taken a position of support on that bill,
Right.
which could take money away from this. So just big picture.
In parallel to that conversation, so the top 5 lines here, I'll just go through on where we arrived at those dollars. So the estimated beginning net working capital is our net working capital. The state video lottery revenue anticipated is what Cam and I were both referring to as the 1.4 million. The ISF fees have been calculated for based off of the formula for fiscal year 26, as well as the grant program administration fee, which did go down from last year. And then the 1.3 contingency fee. So that figure was arrived because in years past, finance has recommended keeping a contingency amount about equal to the current year revenue back in case revenue is lower. So that would allow the county to meet the obligations if that revenue is lower than what's anticipated.
So
So that's as a starting point.
That
So
would
do
be
we
in
get the
case-
interest off that money into this account?
Yes.
Okay. What line is that on?
Let me see.
I don't have it in the spreadsheet.
Let me just double check.
It sounds like we should.
Yes, it does. It does earn interest, and I think that we have just been that's been falling to the contingency as well, but it isn't listed in the spreadsheet, and we're budgeting $28,000 for fiscal year 26.
Thanks.
And so that's nice. It almost covers just the operating expenses of doing this with staff time. So that's good to have that revenue. But that means we have a balance in the contingency that does create those dollars.
So to continue this conversation, we don't have to go in order. This is the layout of typically of how it's been discussed in the past. So I kept the layout similar, but I am open to suggestions on how you would like to start the conversation. You all received a briefing binder and the materials were available online ahead of the meeting, apart from the last minute grant request that we received yesterday from Shepherd's House Ministries. Everything else has been available online, and we'll make sure that that gets included and updated in the packet as well. So I'll turn it to you I'm happy to start with EDCO here with our first proposal request, or if there's a different format that you'd like to do to navigate the discussion.
Well, yeah, let's just get started here and we'll figure out where we're going to go. Just start at the top.
That's fine.
No problem.
There we go.
Great. So you'll see in column B, the pink column are the allocations that any recipient was received in fiscal year 25. And in column C, the middle green color column is the fiscal year 2026 request, and then column D is the year-over-year change in the percentage of the request. So EDCO and their proposal talked about sticking to a 5% increase year on year and to support their growing expenditures related to material services, rent, and a conservative cost of living adjustment. So that's all included in that 5% increase. However, in addition, they did ask for a separate additional pool of funding, and this is for their customer relationship management database, which they have developed semi-in-house, but that did take up some financial resources. So it's a new addition to the pockets of requests or that they have included in their entire proposal. So that makes their year-on-year end change an increase of 8%. We also have Eric Kropp here, who works directly with John with EDCO, if there's any additional questions related to their very specific requests, and I can attempt to answer those as well.
Is that $10,000 a one-time, or is that?
It appears to be a one-time request. They, in support and talking about it, it's a database that has been developed, and it looks like they're managing that in-house and that there's not going to be additional expenses added to that. However, I haven't specifically talked to them with that direct question, but reading it's the third paragraph in there where they address that specific request.
So as I say, I mean, my first thought is if we support that, just kind of acknowledging that that's a one-time instead of rolling it in, but we'll see if we get there.
Yeah, given that these lottery funds have only increased 5 or 6% from 2025 to 2026, that's into the best case scenario. Sounds like I'm not comfortable with an 8% increase. Yeah, and I love EDCO to death. So I think it's a great organization that's doing incredibly important work for our region. But that 5.8% increase is going to be sort of like an anchor point for me in looking at each one of these requests as we go through this sheet. And then if we also are hoping to add Shepherd's House to our somewhere in here where they haven't been, then that's a whole nother thing we need to consider.
Well, and then spreadsheet at the bottom already says, we're about $500,000 over what we're allocating for ourselves. So yeah, we're going to be making some choices today, and I want to thank everybody for joining us, but we'll see where this all goes.
Do you want, as a starting point for the conversation, to kind of go through all of them first to get a sense of it, or do you want to start
So I think we want to give them EDCO funding. Going from 324,000 to 350,000 to me seems incredibly significant, a bit much. And yeah, actually to pick up that 10,000, I think that's a lot. I don't care if it's one time or, for the next 2 years. I would rather just go back with what they were asking for, the 5%, keep it there. And skip the 10,000. I'm sorry.
Maybe we could start with just a 5%, 5% increase and come back to it if there's some wiggle room later.
And why is it 6% on Redmond?
Let me see if they address that very specifically. And I also have Eric Kropp here to talk as well, as he was talking with John Stark as they were developing the budget.
So if I got the math right, 5% of 324,517 would be 16,225.
I also brought a calculator.
Good idea. I found mine.
I pulled mine out. So that would mean we would put $340, that's 340,742 and 85 cents. Maybe we could round that up to 743.
Well, as a starting point, I could also take the zero, drop the 10,000 from there, And that puts us at, on average, at a 5% increase. Just wondering if the 6% was just slightly rounded up from.
Yeah, I mean, it's only $140 more, but
$340,750 would make sense.
750, okay.
There you
Yep.
go, 3 million.
I have to say, I'll just put that up front. My most nervous part was the math in front of it.
Oh, yeah, there you go. No rush. But pace yourself.
Okay,
We
so
got
we'll give that as a
that.
starting point. I'll tweak the dollars. I think probably it makes the most sense to get the Redmond back to that 5%, and that would land us at the exactly 5% for there as an increase. So I'll
Close.
make a note of that.
Pretty close.
Okay. And then next up, we have county core services. So the board has had some preliminary discussions with the budget team regarding the county core services funding request. And this is what's going to be a little bit different in your spreadsheet than what is in your notebooks. It's going to show the county core service requests that were funded last year. So it's line 24 and 25 on your screens, which was not showing in the spreadsheet last year. It was in the side note off to the side, but I just wanted to have a bigger picture there of what the county funded. And then we have Cam here to discuss the specifically the debt services portion, the jail expansion, and the Jameson property debt services. And then also in the room, we have Emily Horton, who's available to discuss and Cheryl, sorry, to discuss the environmental health subsidy fee and the options that are presented there.
Well, that one went down.
It did. There are some options, so we can talk about that when we get there. So the funding request went down, but it comes with an increase to the environmental health fees. And so there's some fee increase options in the consideration. With that, I'll turn it over to Cam.
So with regards to the debt service, as we've discussed before, as part of the fiscal year 26 budget initiative, which is aimed at achieving long-term financial sustainability, the board approved on December 2nd the reallocation of approximately $48,000 in debt service payments. These payments were originally slated to be paid for out of the general fund, which now we are reflecting those being paid for by video lottery funds. So this shift just ensures continued support for the core county services while easing the financial burden on the general fund, which contributes to a more balanced and sustainable fiscal strategy for fiscal year 26.
So these are some of those building blocks that we can put into here to get to the budget this year. So,
Jameson is mature in 28, so that's good.
Mhm.
The other one, 38, that's not so great.
So the environmental health fee subsidy may be a discussion if we want to. So we'd be talking about however much is subsidized here will end up being calculated into the fees to be discussed in our fee schedule in the end.
And I remember having an in-depth discussion about the environmental health inspection fees and looking at the schedule, but we didn't reach any conclusions at that time. We were just still considering. Okay, I'm seeing the nods. Thank you.
And then I scrolled it over so you can see the kind of the notes of the fee subsidies there. So the request would incorporate a 5% environmental health fee increase along with supporting that county core service at the amount funded. That's in line C or in column C, column C, sorry. But they also listed some other options to bring that fee increase down or to bring it up to adjust for the total amount being requested.
So what's the 208 number that's in there right now?
So that would also incorporate, that would go alongside with a 5% environmental health fee increase.
Okay, so that is the first one.
Mhm.
And then if we change the number, we go down to 3%. Got it.
Yep.
And for most of those inspections, we weren't talking thousands of dollars. We're talking, $800 fee adding 5%. Okay.
There you go.
For the record, Emily Horton, Program Manager, Environmental Health, Preparedness and Engagement. And yes, so our fees, there's a lot of different fees, but they range from maybe $500 at the least for the least complicated and complex type of inspections and licenses to about $1,200 for the most. So yeah, it'd be 5% on top of all of those. And I know in the past, last year we had some various like more fee increases for some types and less for other types, which is a little bit more complicated, but we're just going across the board this year.
Yeah, last year, because they were so low compared to other counties, we bumped up the food cart fees significantly, for example. But this year it's just a flat 5%, 3%, 7%. Okay.
Well, so that $208,000 number seems to be a good starting point. I mean, this thing's going to be tight. When we come
I'd
back
leave
to
it at that.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with 5% increase.
Does that put us at the top?
If we can get there.
No, I mean, as far as the individual fees, just that 5%.
Can you say it again?
Will it bring us to the top then of, I know, because we did an
In the state?
adjustment in the state.
Yeah, again, it varies depending on which fee we're talking about,
Okay,
and
there's
we're
a huge
near the
range.
top on most of them. So we'll, be near the top or at the top, even, with a 5%.
Okay.
So go out to eat.
For your businesses.
Well, remember, I say by the time we get down to the bottom here, we still may be looking to peel off $500,000. So this is going to get interesting. Okay.
Do you want to talk further about the debt services? Or do
We
you want to come back?
I support the fact that we need to, structurally align our general fund. As I say, this Jamison one's couple years, and the other one is plugged in there for now. Yeah, I mean, let's start with those. We really need to. And this is where,
I think the
this,
decision was already made. wasn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
So you.
This is
put 'em
where,
in.
yep. Yeah, that's where I was just going to
reality.
conclude with. Yep.
Next, we'll go to the chamber support. So last year, the board was in support of funding Sun River Chamber. That was the only chamber request, or I'm sorry, that was the only chamber allocation from the board. There were, I think, all chambers submitted at some point throughout the year a request for funding, and the board agreed to allocations of $45,000 for Sun River baseline support. And they came back with a proposal asking for the same funds this year. In addition, we received a request from Sisters Chamber for $135,000 last year. I believe their request was $60,000, and they were not funded at that. And I just put in a few quick talking points from what that $100,000 funding request is for.
From their memo, good. So this is where I could let them stand on their own feet, which is not supporting the Sun River Chamber with these dollars. I've always wanted to support Sun River, and Sun River is a large revenue creator, transient room tax. And this just was a funding step that we took years ago, but we may, this is one of those that I could let go of, and I know there'll be feedback from that, but it is what it is.
They actually provide 75 to 83% of our room tax revenue consistently. They're always at the top end. Then Black Butte Ranch is second, but consistently, that's where most of the dollars that come to Deschutes County originate. And I know they have worked on their membership significantly, but this 45,000 does make a difference in what they're offering.
One of the reasons that I think it's important to support the Sun River Chamber is that when we look inside our incorporated cities, there is an opportunity to partner with the city for most of our chambers of commerce in the region, and that is something that Sun River Chamber does not have the opportunity to do. So if we're, we would be their only option to consider that.
And then if they incorporated, just think what that would do. What is 75% of 13 million? That would be tragic. So, yeah, no, I think we need to leave them with the 45,000.
Is that support for the majority of the commissioners on that?
2 votes for 45,000, maybe 2.5.
As I say, I'm not against them, but we got a bottom number here today.
You want to move on to the special project support?
So as I say, Sisters Chamber is in here. The request was out there. We're bringing it back here today. But as I say, I come to the conclusion about the Sun River Chamber. I wouldn't go to the Sisters Chamber to make this a foundational funding effort.
I was glad we were able to provide some one-time funding a couple of times in the past few years, but I don't think that we can make this an annual thing.
Okay, next up, we have our
I
special.
would like to say
sorry.
something.
Sorry.
The City of Sisters is really struggling right at the moment. And I would hope that people in Sisters would get together and recognize that it's so important to shop local. So important. You know, I just went by the flower shop. Their windows were all closed, Deanna's Flowers, and I'm not totally sure why they closed, but you know, it really broke my heart because I've used them for forever and they did a great job. So I just know all of our cities have got to become really aware, and people that live here, the cities are the ones that help your kids, sponsor your events at the school, all those things. It all goes together. So please think twice when you're going to order from Amazon and find it locally, make that effort. Anyway, that's my speech for the morning, or this is afternoon.
Okay. Next on, we'll go to special project support. We'll do Shop with the Cop. So historically in the past, they were funded at a $5,000 level. In 2025, fiscal year 2025, that was brought down to $2,500. And then we still have that request in at $2,500 for the Shop with the Cop program. So no increase there. And it was a decrease from 50% decrease from last year.
I'd leave it at the 2,500. I think they do get businesses in the community to help match. I know they get a lot of really excellent press over it.
We have one more commissioner supporting that 2,500 as now. Okay. And then we have 5 special project supports. 4 of them have been returning year on year end, and then Newberry Regional Partnership is back for the second year. They all submitted a proposal request. And I just wanted to talk briefly a little bit about some of those jumps in funding requests, specifically for Deschutes Cultural Coalition, Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, and Friends of the Children. All of those requests were what they have been historically funded at the 23 and fiscal year 23 and 24 funding levels. And due to less revenue anticipated last year, those were cut to the amount that you see in column B. And so their proposals went in for their historic funding level request. So just as a point of information there. And then Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative had a $15,000 increase requested in order to continue progress on the water management plan and leverage state and local dollars. They have a lot of details about that in their proposal, but I just wanted to give a one-sentence talking point there. And then as well as the Newberry Regional Partnership, I believe their request last year was also $10,000. They got funded last year for the first time, and that came in at 50%, which is what happened, I think, with all of the special project supports were funded at 50% last year.
So for Newberry Regional Partnership, my wife has had a contract with COIC. She's worked in Jefferson County and Deschutes County and has worked on Newberry Regional Partnership. So I'll recuse myself from that. It's not a direct funding to what she does, but it perception. And she's very involved with the partnership, so she is there for sure.
Jen, so the Water Collaborative, what was their FY 23 and 24 funding levels?
Yep, I will look that up real quick.
And I don't think we're going to be able to restore these special projects to their 23-24 funding levels necessarily, but it'd be nice if we cut them in half last year. It'd be nice to add a little bit.
In fiscal year 2023, they received $20,000, and then in fiscal year 2024 was the other question there?
Yeah.
They received $20,000, so.
Thank you.
So the Cultural Coalition jumps out at me as kind of its own category, referring to arts and culture. As I say, I mean, just in my head, we don't need to change the spreadsheet or anything, but that's just one thing. When I think of this spreadsheet, when you think, oh, arts and culture, I'd love to invest in that. I just see it as this, kind of different than all these other things. So, yeah, just one observation.
And I mean, one of the pieces of history to remember about this one is that there was a time when we were allocating funds to the Cultural Coalition, and we were running our own little bitty arts and culture grant program.
Yes.
So, going down to 15K is actually was for us a significant cost savings.
I would go back for all those to 25's allocations.
Okay. And then just as part of the Deschutes Cultural Coalition conversation, I think this is where we're landing, but this is what happened with the Deschutes County Arts and Cultural Grant Program. They now receive the funding and then run that grant program and allocate those funds out to different arts and cultural grant recipients throughout the county.
Yeah, kind of combined with their with the funds that they get from the Oregon Cultural Trust every year. So they're doing a combined state and local funding kind of allocation.
So is there, Commissioner Dare put on the table to fund lines, well, basically everything under special project support to the fiscal year 25 funding level? Is there support on the table to have that as the initial starting point for the total in this column?
So is that suggesting we just maintain the 25 funding levels or go back to 2023 or 24 funding, closer to 23, 24 funding levels?
We just brought in, we brought in a couple of things for a couple $100,000. So I think we have to go back to 25. And then we can always come back and look at it if we actually have something at the bottom line when we get done.
So I would support putting everything, column B over there. And as I say, the one thing that jumps out is I'd like to get a little more dollars, maybe the Cultural Coalition, but I don't know that we're going to be able to.
And then it sounds like we have two commissioners at least in support of funding lines 34 through 38 at the fiscal year 25 funding level. Commissioner DeBonne recused himself from the funding discussion for Newberry Regional Partnership. So is Commissioner Chang also in agreement or support of funding that at the $5,000 level? That Commissioner Dare's suggesting as a starting point for the discussions.
I would like to see some small increases to a number of these projects in this grouping, again, just because we slashed them in half last year. But if we're not increasing any of the others, then I would say 5,000 for Newberry Regional Partnership makes sense.
But where are we going to, if we can possibly help Shepherd's House, where's that going to go?
Yeah, well, that's a real question. But adding $2,500 here or there for a couple of these projects is not going to break the bank either. So
we can come back to it if we go through.
I'll make a note to come
Let's
back.
keep going
and see
through
if-
it and see where we're at. Then we'll.
Next up, we have our service partners. Everything highlighted in yellow on this spreadsheet is run through our health services department. We have Shayna Felb on our Zoom to talk about any specific requests. For the most part, I would say majority of them kept their funding requests as they were funded in fiscal year 25. There were several increases, and when there was an increase, I made a note to on the right-hand side of the columns just to kind of address those increases in column G. So I'll turn it over to you for what you would like as a starting point. Do you want Shayna to come on and talk through any of this, or do you want to start with an internal discussion amongst yourselves?
Well, as I say, when I look at this list, I was like, oh, everything on here is I proudly support and exciting that we have these efforts in the community. It's going to be, we'll make sure to work through the process here. Any other thoughts?
I don't necessarily feel like we need Sheena to take us through these. I mean, these are well-known long-term service partner organizations, and very appreciative of the work that all of them do.
As a starting point for suggestion, I could move the funds in for all of those who didn't have any fund increase into column E.
I would say that, please do that. That's what I was noticing. Kovo, Ban,
Oops,
Kid Center, J Bar J,
zero can go a long way here.
Mountain Star. And the Watershed Council is on that.
I just had them in green because they weren't included in that health services packet. It's a one that comes through me, but I'll move them over to that column as well.
Kovo did tell me though the other day, they need more funding for trash. I believe they have like $2,000 or something for taking, they do a lot of cleanup everywhere for the homeless. And JW was telling me they need some more funding. So maybe that'll go directly through Tim. What do you think?
Can make a note of that.
Yeah.
And that was Kovo.
Kovo, yes.
Well, and we're seeing that in the public lands around the southern Deschutes County area too. But I mean, years ago, I saw that, we're asking for, and this is a big picture item for everybody. Everybody's like, well, how about we give away some food and then we can get a tent and some sleeping bags and some clothes for people and we'll do this good stuff. And then on the other hand, we're like, oh, we need to go clean up all the stuff that's in the woods. So we're kind of doing this to ourselves, not judging anybody here, but we need to keep an eye on that and work together to make sure we're not feeding both sides of that equation.
Yeah, they learned that in Portland. They were giving people brand new tents and then they were picking them up. They were just trashing
So
it.
as I say, we got to be.
Yeah, like you give them the brand new tent and then it's trash.
So now start stepping through them.
Yeah, I mean, before we jump in here, and this kind of relates back to the special projects as well. So we're anticipating that we're going to get 1.4 million. We do have a decent sized contingency for of lottery funds, and we want this to be sustainable in the long run. We don't want to take on much larger we don't want to take on much larger obligations than we're able to cover with each year's lottery revenue. But I do think that because we're going into these lottery funds in such a significant way to cover our debt servicing, to relieve some pressure on the general fund, that it would also be reasonable to draw down $50,000 or $100,000 from our contingency fund, this year or next year, for a couple of years. As was mentioned, that Jameson that Jameson debt service will end at a certain point. So, I would feel a little bit better about looking at these requests, thinking we had just a little bit more wiggle room than we do right now.
Well, you know, what about letting our discretionary grant program go too? I mean, it's a shame because $300 and $500 and $150 may not be as impactful, and we're doing quite an effort twice a year now. We were doing it quarterly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's other variables here too, possibly.
Yeah, and I did an increase, I can scroll down so you can just see that. I didn't increase the amount there, but yeah, I remember routinely getting 100 grant applications a year and being able to fund about 30% of those, you know, at best 25% of the grant requests there. So I think everyone's thankful for every dollars they get, but if you're looking at impact, that's something for consideration.
And then
A lot of work for them, and it's a whole lot of work for
Yeah,
us.
and it's just shrinking.
for not a lot of money.
And then fundraising grants may be a way to hold on to that. You know, if somebody's putting a fundraiser together, an extra $1,000 to, you know, grease the skids is going to really go a long way, possibly.
And I'll also say the event sponsorship, that's something that we've historically kept in there. And to the best of my reading in Munis and working with Cam, I don't believe that we expended a lot of those funds. Those are kind of the one-off funds that come outside of the grant period requests for commissioners to support a table or whatever that grant funding request may be. So I'm not sure that we really tapped into that last year. So that could potentially also be another pool there.
I mean, I just got an invitation for Bethlehem Inn. I think I just saw something that CASA's doing something soon. So, you know, there's a lot of fundraisers out there that we can help in different ways.
I do believe we just did, and they just got notified yesterday, but we just did sponsor a Bethlehem fundraiser. So it could have been the timing of the notification from when you allocated it a few weeks ago to the time I was able to get that paperwork out the door. But,
Okay, good. And don't forget the Roscoe Rodeo is this Saturday morning.
oh, great.
Yes.
I have emailed them and contacted them. So yes.
Well, and another really wonderful thing is somebody that was here the other day will be going. And then I just met someone else who would love to get on a horse. So that young man is going to be there. So, you know, I'm hoping that they'll even have more people turn out. It's at the High Desert Stampede at the Fairgrounds Indoor Arena. I believe it starts at 10 a.m., but it's a really wonderful program.
So yeah, just go ahead and go down those items and.
So just to recap, potentially about $34,000 in funding, maybe 35,000 if my math is really $35,000 in funding in that discretionary grant, fundraising grant, and event sponsorship pool that's being suggested here as well.
I mean, and I think I'm with you on the idea of ending the discretionary grant program, but I also maybe I'm concerned also about doing that really abruptly. I mean, so like maybe we could, you know, have a half a year of discretionary grants in the next fiscal year and warn everybody this is, you know, this program is going away after this instead of just kind of stopping it all of a sudden.
And so that next deadline is October 1st. We just finished our last deadline for the twice yearly. So do you want that to have that as a starting point of maybe reducing that down to 11,250? We have more than one commissioner in support of that.
No.
Let's say I felt.
I don't support that at all because honestly, I feel like there are smaller people. You know, no, they're not the big players in our community, but we really do help. We help somebody at a time when they maybe need just another $1,000, or you know, maybe they're asking for 3,000, and we can. But you know, every dollar counts, and I really would hate to lose that. Look at the numbers of people that we've helped over the last 7 years. I mean, huge numbers of people, smaller people, not the Bethlehem Inns, but you know, smaller people. So I really would hate to lose that 22.5.
So it sounds like we have some differing opinions there, so we can come back to that. So
Yes.
let's continue
let's
then our
get down
conversation on the
to
service
things
partners.
aside,
Yeah.
man.
Do you want to go line item or do you want to start with the ones who have the bigger increase requests? Is there preference here on how you want to talk through the?
So what is our balance right now? I'm trying to look at the bottom and,
So the balance of what we that we've allocated so far doesn't seem right.
I know, I'm like going, okay.
I mean, that one block that adds up to 687,000, that takes up a lot.
That I believe it is right.
Okay, 60.
Yeah.
Are those,
So
so,
we're at 1.272 already. So about $131,000 left, and then allocations. We just have the grant programs left, which currently there's $285,000 in requests, and then the remaining of the service partners, which right now equals
Few 100,000.
220. So there's about
that math on the
that was pretty impressive. $405,000 left unallocated at this juncture. And about 2.72. We'll say we do have one quite large increase request that hasn't been addressed yet, which is at United Way, which is $100,000 more, just for perspective there. As well as the Shepherd's House Ministry is also included in that total funding.
and then of course we have our fuels grants, which we did 50,000. And,
And that was
considering the wildfire maps and all the devastation to the community and what they're trying to do to pick up the pieces so they can keep their insurance, that 50,000 definitely needs to continue or a bit more.
I'd support that. So maybe we can just kind of.
So put 50 in fuel.
So left on the table to discuss are the service partners who asked for an increase, and then under the grant programs, the internal grant programs, which include the discretionary fundraising and event sponsorship, and then the United Way of Central Oregon emergency food, clothing, and shelter, as well as Shepherd's House Ministry request.
Well, I'd go back to the service partners as a starting point and fill in last year's numbers, so no increases. As I say, I mean, and this is just, as I say, the process to get to the final number, which will give us more of a feel for how far backwards we're going to go. How much more?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Go back to last year's.
Oops.
And as I say, we can go up and down this thing and figure out what else we might do.
Keep adding that extra zero.
And I could structurally change a few of these if we want to go down that path too. I mean, which means cutting them by $5,000 or more. And as I say, not punitively in any sense, but just trying to make it balance.
So as you see now, we're about 378,000 over the recommended. That's not talking about anything with the contingency at this juncture. And then we still
I
have
haven't even added that stuff in.
about $235,000 of requests to discuss. Do you want to start with the two outside organizations left for discussion? Or would you like to talk about the grant programs offered through the commissioners?
I mean, the thing is that talking about $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 here and there isn't isn't really helping us that much with the 378 thousand shortfall at this point. These two pieces of debt service, again, I think it's really, I'm really glad we're trying to figure out how to keep the general fund sustainable, but covering this much debt service out of this limited amount of funding. I mean, if we're talking $1.4 million and we're putting 4.3 or 479,000 of debt service into that, I mean, that's consuming more than a third of the funds that we have to work with. And that that just may be too much. Because the kinds of squeezing we're going to have to do on other programs and other organizations, it's a lot. It's just a lot. And we're already talking about, in this category, we're already talking about bumping up environmental health inspection fees 5%, on all the people who are being inspected. That's a lot. I mean, I think it's appropriate, but we're trying to accomplish a lot for the general fund in this, out of this this limited amount of lottery fund dollars. It may be too much.
Robert, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Commissioners. Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer, for the record. Just wanted to interject for a moment. Obviously, these are very tough decisions for all of the service partners, all of these items that are listed here. Just in reference to the general fund, just want to remind you of the board and everyone listening, the challenges we are facing within the general fund. We have limited growth strategies that were implemented for this fiscal year. And previously, we have had these discussions with the board about the need to, this was part of saving the general fund $1 million. So we don't have to face reductions within the general fund. So obviously, we'll support and find a way, whatever the board decides. But if we do not fund these debt services through the video lottery dollars, then we will be having to make these reductions in services within the general fund is the trade-off that will be happening, because the general fund only has, to balance the general fund budget, we'll still have to have the balanced budget within the general fund. So just wanted to make sure you're aware that these dollars, if it's not paid by video lottery, it will need to be paid for by the general fund. And the amount of core services, we are, I believe, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's keeping consistent with the amount that we applied towards Deschutes County core services, which as we applied in the current year, it's just mixing up what we're applying those payments to, the amount of funding for the Deschutes County core service. So I just want to put that caution there with that. It would be a trade-off with general fund services that we'd be discussing later, because we already set the targets for all the general fund baseline budgets for all the departments. And if we do rely on the general fund more, we'd have to relook at that. I may have
Robert,
a follow-up.
These core services investments, I mean, that I'm tracking you that this is consistent from last year to this year, but last year was a substantial jump in core services investments out of these lottery funds, which is part of what put the squeeze on all the other things that we're looking at here, that we've squeezed.
Yes.
We squeezed a lot already.
Absolutely. And that goes right along with the additional pressure that's been on and growing on the general fund, right? It's the trade-offs that unfortunately we've had to make, like a lot of organizations.
And just one other reminder too, with the environmental health fees, video lottery is not covering the full portion. TRT funds is covering the other half essentially. And the other thing I was going to say is while finance probably wouldn't necessarily recommend reducing the contingency, there probably is some wiggle room for 100,000, 200,000 to reduce that level if that's something the board wanted to do.
Well, yeah, Commissioner Dare, your thoughts? I mean, yeah, you're real quiet sometimes, and then you got all kinds of ideas.
Well, we clearly have an issue here, and we have to bite the bullet. And I know the federal government was trying to go back and look at what we were spending in 2019. I mean, I'm sure you don't want to, I'm sure that Jen doesn't want to look what we were spending in 2019, but I'm really thrilled with some of the projects we have here. Friends of the Children, I was really happy that they're there. They're making a difference for kids in our county that can't read. So thank you to them and the program they do. But it's like, we really have to bite the bullet. And it's not good. And the state, I know they're going to have another revenue forecast in May, and then we'll know where we are from the state. But right now, we need to really look seriously at, Cam, you're saying that actually the cost is what, $416,000 for that to cover?
Or environmental health.
What?
Or
Yes.
environmental health. Yeah, I believe
It was like 208, right?
double check. Yeah, so 208 coming from video lottery, and then I believe it's about 276,000.
Oh, it's even more.
A little bit more coming from the TRT fund. Additionally, within health services, they have allocated some of their general fund dollars that they're receiving through a transfer, about $339,000. So in total, those three items are offsetting some of the costs that we're not capturing through fees.
And I also just wanted to clarify one more point that was made is that our total resources available, the starting amount is not 1.4, but it's 1.14. If you look at the total estimated beginning net working capital with the state video lottery revenue anticipated minus the contingencies, the ISF fees, and the grant program administration fees, it starts us at 1.14.
Right. I kept wondering why, yeah.
With a 1.3 million contingency.
With the 1.3 million contingency, that's correct.
So is there support for a little bit lower contingency? Get us closer.
Yeah, I'd like to do that on a one-time basis. And next year, I'd like us to. I followed everything that finance was sharing, and I appreciate wanting to keep the general fund sustainable. But there's a difference between trying to get almost $500,000 out of a $1.4 million lottery fund allocation versus trying to find almost $500,000 in a $60 million general fund. And that's, it is a lot. I mean, we're trying to squeeze a lot of debt service out of this pretty limited amount of funding that we have used for these incredibly important community partnerships for years. We've already made our commitments for this year, but I'd like us next year to think harder about that. Think harder about how much county core services we're trying to fund out of these lottery dollars.
So you support aligning the trajectory of the general fund with these dollars this year, but then next year maybe let's not do that, or dial it back.
And
dial it
that's
back
tied to this
Yep,
idea
okay.
that we would release
Yeah.
a couple $100,000 out of the contingency this year, but we would try to be we would try to ask less of the lottery dollars next year.
So yeah, do you support that, Commissioner Dare? Or
To go into 1.1 million for the contingency, I believe that's what they said, of 100 to 200,000 was the range that they said.
There you
They
go.
wouldn't kill us.
Leave it at 1.1. There you go. Oh, we're getting there.
And then that puts the, at 178 with still the last pocket of funds to discuss, which is the grant programs. Currently, we have 50,000 allocated and we have 235,000 requested that have not been allocated, that has not been allocated yet.
Mm-hmm.
So two of those are partner organizations, United Way of Central Oregon, Emergency Food, Clothing, and Sheltering. Last year, the county funded them at 60,000. Previously, they got funded at 80,000. Most organizations got cut at 50% last year, so they got the least amount of cut out of the other agency partners for their funding last year. However, this year they're asking for 160,000 as they've lost their federal funding. So the Emergency Food, Clothing, and Sheltering Grant Program is a combination of federal grant programs and county grant funds for that. In addition, the county received a new request from Shepherd's House Ministries. This request came through last Monday, and I just wanted a point of clarification here. So they were originally requesting, I think, and working with Commissioner Dare, potentially requesting to become a service partner. There is a standard criteria set that was drafted in 2013 that legal reviewed, and that's currently the standard that the county is using for service partners. It's been about a decade since the last service partner came on board. I asked them to put a documentation together to match their criteria. What I did not do on Monday before the meeting, and my apologies, was have legal look at that to make sure that they've met the service partner criteria based off of the current wording of the memo. And as it stands, it does not look like they meet the service partner criteria as currently written in the criteria memo for Deschutes County. That memo can be changed or edited if need be.
2013.
That's correct. Yep. So
Why there were those code enforcements attached?
I'm sorry.
I have code enforcements attached to that memo. And it's by Medline in Redmond. I know I have these two code enforcements that somebody attached to this. And I was like going,
Maybe just something extra on the printer, maybe.
It'd have been extra on the printer.
I was like,
not attached. It's
so
just
I'm
a
looking
one
it up,
pager.
But I'm going, yeah, this is the problem. These are all the vehicles parked on 17th Street in Redmond by Medline, that we're trying. Anyway, that's what got attached to my documentation.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
The
I was
cri-
like,
the service,
I was like, well,
yeah, the
this
criteria is a
interesting.
one pager. It's just a one page.
Yeah.
Right.
It is just that one.
And so at this juncture, after legal review, don't believe as currently written, there is room there, but as currently written, that they potentially meet the service partner criteria. However, they can be funded through the grant program, special projects grants. So there's opportunities to fund them. It doesn't mean they can't receive video lottery funds. I just wanted to clarify
They just
that.
can't be a service provider then.
As currently written, the interpretation is that they don't meet the criteria with the information that they provided us.
We could consider a special projects allocation, which, I mean, for a number of the organizations that are getting special projects grants at this point, we were considering all of them as potential service partners, but haven't shifted them into that category yet. So I think it's a reasonable place to place Shepherd's House. If we were bringing them in as a service partner among this mix, it seems like we would be looking at, if we were bringing them in as a special project among this mix, it seems like something around $10,000 or $15,000 would be a reasonable amount for a special projects grant.
Well, I know they'd appreciate it. Even, yeah, I would be happy to, if we could do 15,000. I know we've helped them out but they've really come through for the community so many times.
It's a really important organization. I would
So
support
this
that.
is what I.
And then
You'd
well,
support
and-
15,000.
yeah. And then we'll have to try to figure out how we pay for it.
And then we have United Way of Central Oregon with a $160,000 grant request. There is a 3-page memo. It should be the last 2 pages in your packet there.
Well, they do a lot of great work and they redistribute the dollars, back, good priorities. They have committee work that does all that. But yeah, maybe we leave that blank this year.
What do we have? Do we have nothing left?
We have a negative 193.
And that's adding the 200,000 extra in, right? So now we're even worse than we were.
So that's what the only thing that has not been filled in there are lines 59 through 62, which is discretionary grants, fundraising grants, event sponsorship, and the United Way of Central Oregon. And then there's still 193,000 to potentially slim back without those considerations, if those were funded at zero.
I would still support ramping the discretionary grant program down, but not cutting it off immediately. Is that could you be a second vote of support for doing that?
Which is fine. We're still, $200,000 somewhere. It's gonna be.
Do you want to put 10,000 or do you want to do exactly half at 11.25?
Maybe an 11, just 11.
And then
Divided by 3, maybe.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Then you could divide by 3. Yeah.
That's either 12,000 or 9,000 potentially.
Oh, let's do 12.
And then do you want to discuss the fundraising grants? This I would say is the amount that we get the least amount of requests for. The requests are a little bit higher, but in the last funding cycle, we had 2 requests. In the funding cycle before that, we had 3. So for fiscal year 25, I had 5 total fundraising grant requests. Again, those grant requests are higher than discretionary grants, but the discretionary grants for relative had a cap on them where the fundraising a cap suggestion where the fundraising grants did not.
Maybe let's just get rid of that one, but go to event sponsorship and make that 10,000. So maybe, I don't know, where did we get the money for the Bethlehem Inn? How much did we spend?
That came from the fundraising grants. So it's kind of, if they fall within the grant period cycle, which was twice a year, next year it's going to be once a year, then they can get popped in. But if they, put in a fundraising request after that grant cycle, I think the event sponsorship was kind of a pool of funds for that. So we could definitely roll those 2 into one if you wanted to keep some funding back for that or designated towards that.
Sure.
I mean, the events are fundraising events. So, I mean, collapsing those 2 together, that makes sense to me.
So currently it's 12,500 total between the 2 is the.
So I do 10.
10.
Okay, so the last one on the table for discussion before we go back through and kind of look at things is the United Way of Central Oregon Emergency Food, Clothing, and Sheltering. And just to recap, we're at negative 215 about.
Yeah, I mean, just to fill out that column fully before we go back and try and squeeze a little bit out of everything. Yeah, I would just say that this is a really important program for our region. I know that United Way has been substantially impacted by federal funding uncertainty. Just for as a starting point, I would like to put 50,000 in here, and then we can look at the whole thing, and we need to figure out how to work backwards from there.
You support that, Commissioner Dare?
Okay, so 50, if we put 50 there, we're still going to have to
At
cut back, right?
265.
Oh yeah, but just to kind of have that whole blue column, populated, and then figuring out where we're going to have to squeeze throughout that.
Sure, put 50 and then we're going to have to back.
As I say, I mean, I could leave that blank, knowing that, there are other revenues and we are a good partner with them, but in our situation, Because that's kind of the, the next committee that does what we're doing here right now with that $50,000. Okay, so there's support for it.
Okay, so we're at 265 that needs to be found. We can start at the top, or I'll turn it over to you to see if you have a good starting point there.
So if we get rid of the environmental health subsidy, that portion, which is maybe like 40%, or it sounds like maybe 30%, that helps us a bunch. If it's already coming from what, TRT and a few other places, didn't you say 276?
I don't want to speak to them, but I believe that would make a fee increase.
Right.
An environmental.
Yes, that's correct. So that would require either increasing fees or finding an alternate funding source for that 208,000.
Well,
So, I
since we
mean,
need almost 300,000, where are we going to find it, folks?
you could. So one of the scenarios in that far right column was, set this at 175, 259, assuming a 7% environmental health fee increase. And
So
I'd be open to going there. It's, at the high end of the fee schedule, that, $1,200 with 7% increases. That's not nothing.
Well, and then transient room tax may be coming in a little higher than budgeted, just because of the great snow year right now. Because, this is going to be a pretty good January, February, March, April period for winter sports. So we could still get to the subsidies possibly.
Yeah, and
Does that make sense?
we are
Roger?
projecting
Think
the
like that.
TRT revenue to come in a little bit higher than budget
yeah.
at this point.
What's a little bit?
Let me check really
And
quick.
Robert heard strong.
Remember, we budgeted a little lower because we didn't know what it was going to look like, and maybe it was stable, but now a great winter.
Good.
Oh, Robert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's about 242,000 is what or 212 or 242 we're expecting to get in more this year, but we did build it into the forecast for the budget for next year already. Yeah, we did have a Visit Central Oregon meeting yesterday, and we increased the amount of TRT revenue we're expecting for next year. We were going to be flat, but Cam did increase that to 2% based on our current trends and where we think we'll be going. And at the meeting yesterday, the partners that were at Visit Central Oregon felt very comfortable with the 2%. And we're hoping it would be light, like that's a low number. So hoping it may be more of what they're forecasting. Everyone then did speak about 2% is a better option for conservative budgeting, just to make sure, or in case we do have a smoky season, things like that. So we could. So what would be good for us and for the budget team is if you do want to reduce the environmental health subsidy here, be clear if you would like them to find the additional funding source as a fee increase or use additional TRT dollars to cover the difference. So that way we're clear on the budget side as well.
And just to confirm, the additional TRT is 242,000 that we're expecting or projecting.
Sounds about the number we're hovering around. Any thoughts?
I hate to bet on solid TRT for the rest of the year too much. So, I mean, I'd be comfortable with us taking a chunk out of that 208, but maybe not all of it.
If we go to the 175, that's at least it's a teeny bit of savings.
$33,000.
Yeah, I know, it's nothing when you look at our problem, but.
Then you're down to
start.
about 232, I think, difference, if I'm doing the math in my head right.
I mean, if that's, but if that, does that mean that you're comfortable with the 7% environmental health fee increase? I mean, because I think what we're talking about is, I mean, if we stuck with the 5% fee increase, you know, and which gave us this $208,000 number. And then we relied a little bit more on TRT to cover environmental health fees, then we could, you know, cut the 208 in half even maybe.
Yeah, I think we have that opportunity. Transient room tax is available. I think of it, you know, just kind of that lagging effect. I mean, it's kind of, it can be available and we'll be able to plug that in, knowing that we can't keep doing this, but this is where the revenue, a little bit of revenue will be today. So I go with you there.
Because I mean, the 7% environmental health fee increase, I think it's a lot. I mean, we're squeezing everybody a lot, and you know, I'd feel better about 5% than 7%.
I support that also. So, but get more aggressive with this number. Is
Stick with the 5% fee increase.
Aim for the 5% with
And-
TRT back.
and bank on $100,000 more from TRT.
So cut that number in half. Or just set it to some number, however, the best way to account for it.
Yeah. Or yeah.
Either put 100.
Take 100,000 off. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 108,770 from video lottery and the other 100,000 from TRT.
Yeah.
That gets it to 165, 250.
We're getting closer.
I know we hit the contingency for 200,000 already, but again, on a one-time basis, if we're, you know, if there's things that we are trying to ramp down right now that aren't going to be obligations or commitments or expectations from the lottery dollars in the future, I would support taking another 100 from the contingency on a one-time basis for this year.
I did pull the historic contingency amounts, and in 2024 it was 1 million, 2023 it was 1 million, 2025 was 1 million, 2024 was 1 million, 2023 was 900, and 2022 was 660,000. So 1
So
million.
that does align with revenue being lower in those years as well, which is why the contingency wasn't as high.
So by doing that, we are taking it off of the revenue proportionately as it's going up a little bit.
And we're bringing it into kind of alignment with
About a
historic
couple of years.
contingency levels.
And I'm supportive of that. I mean, there's not a lot of risk there. It does, you know, lower that interest revenue opportunity to cover the, you know, the cost of doing business, which is nice. But yeah, I mean, if it gets us there, it gets us that much closer.
Get you close, 65,000.
Oh, 65. Any ideas?
There's,
Do you want me to put would it be helpful? I don't know if you're considering EDCO, but would it be helpful to punch the actuals in the blue column so you see it?
there's
now.
12 service partners. So have all of them take a proportion of that 65.
Well, I mean, if we go down that
5,000.
path, you know, starting with our friends at the Sun River Chamber, I mean, is there a way to reduce that number a little bit? And as I say, I'm not against them, but it's a membership organization of business owners that we're paying a pretty big chunk of the operating dollars.
We lost $8 million. We,
But this isn't
we won't even
TRT,
talk
this
about
is
it.
video lottery.
I know, I'm just saying, they're not incorporated.
As I
Everyone
say,
else
and
is.
it's hard to advocate against anybody here, so that's the tricky part.
Well, I see what they do.
Yeah, no, I
They're
mean, if you don't
world-class.
support it, I'm just saying I would, but that's.
Yeah, they're world-class and they're they bring a lot of
Well,
people
so
into they bring our tourists into our community.
so there's no support for going backwards, or is there?
No, I just think that we can, if everybody lost, the 12 lost 2,000, but then the ones that are only getting 12, I would want it to be proportionate so they wouldn't lose 2,000, if that makes sense.
So include Sun River in there?
No, I didn't
Mm.
say that. I mean, J Bar J just got almost $1 million from the federal government. I believe that didn't get taken back. Yeah. Could you do it on a proportional basis? Like, okay, somebody's getting 42.5 over the total, get the percentage and reduce it so that, it's even?
So your proposal is just to stay in the service partner category and do that?
Well, we can't touch the debt. And shop, those are all, unless you want to go to all those too, with special projects. And then everyone gets cut.
But the special, I mean, last year, we cut the special projects in half. And we initially squeezed the service partners and then brought them back to full. So it's, I would support including the Sun River Chamber in the haircut.
So service
Maybe
partners and
maybe even Edco too.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe that's, because then it's a lot less impactful.
Yeah, if you're
for
gonna,
everybody.
if everyone's gonna get it, then it won't be so bad. Spread it out proportionally.
A little bit of peanut butter across.
So if I don't think I'll be able to do the math in real time on this, but what I'm hearing is potentially including EDCO, Sun River Chambers, and the 12 service partners, and doing a proportional amount of cut to find the balance of the 65,250.
That's what we said. Yep.
Okay.
Too bad.
Right across all those organizations, it's
So hopefully,
So if that's where we want to land, I can do that math and then come back to you next week with a final spreadsheet for review.
that'd be great.
If that's where we find the
We're not-
agreement right now.
we're not touching the fuels grants. That's left at 50,000.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That's,
don't touch that, please.
And that was cut from 100,000 last year already.
I know. Well, you never know.
There we go.
so I'll bring that spreadsheet back before you under other items next week to do a final review of the allocations there.
And we didn't, okay, so Shepherd's House is getting their 15 and the special projects aren't part of that calculation, correct?
That's correct. So the special projects would be lines 43 through lines 54. Yeah, which is the 12 service partners. Okay. All right. That it? Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think the numbers already got ran right there behind you.
Great. I will be.
Yeah, they can help you with those
Okay.
numbers.
Yes.
Well, and thank you for, following that. You saw what we just had to go through there. It's a little excruciating, but it's giving away dollars for good purposes here in our community.
Actually, it's not giving them away. We expect.
It's distributing dollars. It's investing dollars. Yeah.
They're serving our community and I know that they have incredibly high standards and they have, they care a lot and I'm sorry we don't have more funding.
Absolutely. Okay, so that was our item 17. At this time, just other items. If we can finish up the day here. I know we've got the COIC applications for an open seat. It was emailed to us about a week and a half ago. I printed them out, and looked at them. So there's, I think, 8 people that had applied in that current package, and just wanting to move that process along. So we have a meeting tomorrow night. But yeah, if we can get it done for next month, that'd be appreciated, I'm sure. Any thoughts? I'd probably like to bring 3 or 4 for interviews, or see if we want to come up with a short list or something like that.
Works for me.
Sure.
Okay, so with that, we'll start off. Yep.
Yeah. Great.
We've done that before. Okay.
Is there
good.
a date next week by which you want to submit those to us, because then we'll begin to move forward with those
So within
processes?
before by the end of the day next Tuesday, is that appropriate?
Right.
Okay,
Great.
there we go. Yeah, next item. She's ready. Next topic.
I emailed you all a list, but it's kind of increased, but I just wanted to briefly discuss the Ways and Means Roadshow County Priority Talking
Oh,
Points.
great.
Added in some oomph to
Thank
the
you.
original bullet points along with your suggestion, Commissioner King. I'll have that for discussion.
So yeah, I'm registered to testify. This will be at Warm Springs, starting at 5 o'clock on Friday. Core 3 has coordinated, so there'll be some of the board members, advocates. But I want to be able to mention, multiple items. So thank you so much for putting this together.
So happy to discuss it. I worked with Holly and DV in the last couple of days to put some meat behind some of those just one-line talking points, as well as add in Commissioner Chang's suggestion about the youth psychiatric facility, which has been a hot topic of conversation for Deschutes County, and I think a top priority there too. So we can go line by line. Again, we will also have the opportunity to discuss this on Friday morning's legislative update meeting. The meeting, I think, in Warm Springs either starts at 4 or 5 p.m. that evening. I will not be in attendance of the legislative update meeting, but Whitney will be there. So she's, able to add or edit to this as well. But I just thought we'd do this as a starting point today to see if you kind of wanted to land on some group talking points, or if individuals wanted to, speak on behalf of themselves.
I mean, when you said you were going to be there, are you suggesting you could cover all of these?
Yeah, so I was just going
3
to
minutes is not very long.
2 minutes.
We said 2 minutes yesterday.
And Doug Riggs' guidance through an email was 1 minute and 55 seconds practice, be done at that point. So they'll appreciate that timing. So I see myself speaking on multiple topics, and it's easy once you have your topics. You you put them in a couple paragraphs, and it's a one pager, and I can read through it. And I've done that a few times already this year. So I'll mention probably everything on here, maybe not in depth, but I'll mention the substantive items for each one.
Yeah, and the sub-bullets were just added for information. I know you're all familiar with all of these topics, but just as a reference point for your information.
And then sometimes, you're going in and you've been there too, where, a line of testimony, people are speaking in front of you and they keep repeating the same thing. You're like, oh, I'm not going to say that one, so it changes at the last moment sometimes also.
And I don't need an official motion or any sign off on this. I
Thank
think
you
there
very
was just
much. These are
discussion
talking
on last
points.
Friday to put together some talking points for you guys to review. So I don't need feedback if we don't have it here. Yeah.
Well, and so Friday morning, we'll be able to get together again on our regular legislative call. And thank you very much for this. And as I say, it's really just making sure we know the 3, 4, or 5 things we want to mention. Anything else you know of, or?
I mean,
This is ways and means.
I'm not going, so
Okay.
I don't want to add too much to your list, but I mean, today, public health modernization was mentioned. That's a direct fiscal impact to a county department that, one of our heavily general fund funded county departments that, so, public funding, better funding for public health modernization would really relieve some strain. I'm personally really concerned that we're going to come up with an adequate wildfire funding package this year, and I know that that's on Ways and Means' docket, but we could put together a list of 20 things. I mean, you only got 2 minutes.
Yeah, stuff that's centered on Deschutes County proper, our departments we serve, and the general fund itself, that kind of stuff. That's what I'm thinking we want.
So I just added in the public health modernization with just one bullet point for additional funding to relieve strain as a reference point. And I'll include this in the bill tracker report that gets sent out tomorrow. And as you know my style now, in the meat of that email, when I send out the bill tracker report, I put the bullet points of things to address. So I'll be sure to include that if you guys want to talk about anything additional. But yeah, it was just we wanted to put together 1 1/4 page now sheet for your reference as you're going there.
Thank you.
Great.
Oh, yeah, I was in 42 offices yesterday with Kristen from the sanitation board for Terrebonne. So we hit 42 offices in Salem, and it's for 2.5 million. And everybody there, and I'm actually going to go to the Klamath Falls meeting. I talked to Representative Reese Iverson. She wouldn't be at that meeting. So I noticed it's not on our little list here, but I think I covered the building yesterday pretty well.
Great.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Great.
Other items?
As I mentioned earlier, I attended the Kids Center Healing Hearts Lunch yesterday. Great program. They went through a lot of the history of the Kids Center, which was really neat.
Mm.
And then we had a local public safety coordinating council meeting yesterday afternoon. We've already talked about the JRP grant, but the one other thing that happened at that meeting was we got an update on the deflection program, which is a great thing to talk about yesterday, because tomorrow morning I'm going to testify on House Bill 5005 at 8 in the morning,
All
or
right.
well beyond at 8.
Anything else, Commissioner Dare?
No.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. With that meeting adjourned. Thank you.